The point is that various forms of the clash of opposing phenomena are possible. When two motor cars speeding along the highway in opposite directions collide, the result of the crash is not development but destruction, a catastrophe. When people hold different views in one and the same group, for example, opinions, say, on how to raise the productivity of labor, improve product quality, etc., they can lead, during discussion of the various points of view and in the clash and straggle of opinions, to a new, common, more correct view that will help raise production as a whole to a new level, and consequently lead to resolution of the contradiction between the opinions. That will signify development in the group's understanding of its production tasks. In the example of the two motor cars, we are dealing with opposite phenomena that are not linked by inner, law-governed ties. The clash of such opposites cannot serve as a source of development. In the example of the straggle of opinions, we are dealing with mutually connected points of view. Various opinions on the solution of a problem naturally arise among the members of a work collective, since they have different life and industrial experience, skills, and qualifications, and various approaches to tackling the problems facing them. From the clash and straggle of opinions, opposed in something but connected by an inner, necessary unity, a deeper understanding of the problem, common to all the members of the group, will naturally arise. The dialectical category struggle of opposites does not reflect and bring out the interaction, clash, overcoming, and interpenetration of any phenomena differing from one another, and opposed to one another, only in appearance, but only of such as are connected by necessary, inner, law-governed ties. There is always a more or less sharp contradiction between these latter opposites. And it is these 244 contradictions that we must regard as the source of development. It is particularly important to understand that contradictions do not themselves stand still. Jellied, invariant contradictions that embrace, say, jellied invariant opposite aspects cannot be the source of development. The north and south poles of a magnet are often cited as an example of mutually connected opposites. But the relation between the poles is invariant, so that no new property, no development, irreversible and directional in time, is created by the poles of a magnet in themselves. It is another matter with variable, mobile contradictions. Contradictions are constantly arising, growing, and being resolved between assimilation and dissimilation in the living organism. An organism, whether it is a plant or an animal, requires and assimilates now one, now another substance at different periods of its life. Correspondingly, it excretes various products of its life activity into the environment. When the two processes are balanced, life activity proceeds normally. But this equilibrium is being constantly disturbed, and as a result very different processes take place in the organism, viz., growth, physiological changes, changes in functional activity, shape, size, etc. All these changes have a directional, irreversible character. The formation of fundamentally new properties and functions of the organism is linked with them, and development takes place as a consequence. We also observe a similar process in the development of thought. Any object has an infinite number of properties, aspects, etc. It is impossible to know them all fully and at the same time exactly. When we reflect on an object, we study and cognize first one aspect, then another. The concepts and judgments that reflect these aspects do not always correspond to one another. Certain contradictions arise between them. The more the contradictions that accumulate in our knowledge, the more urgent becomes the need to unite it, to tie it up in a single, more exact, deeper knowledge of the phenomenon or process studied. That can only be done by eliminating and resolving the existing contradictions. This resolution is consequently fundamentally new knowledge of the object as a whole and of the natural, regular links between its separate aspects and properties. The development of thought is also manifested in that. So the clash of various 5. Concepts and judgments and the resolution of discrepancies and contradictions between them proves to be the true source of the development of our knowledge. We can now draw certain conclusions. Between the interconnected but opposing aspects and subsystems of phenomena or processes there are relations not only of interpenetration and intertransformation but also of a struggle of opposites. These relations lead to the rise and growth of contradictions, as a result of which the existence or functioning of the object in its old form becomes impossible at a certain stage. An objective necessity develops to resolve these contradictions, and from that a new phenomenon, a new object, a new property, etc., arises. That also means that the struggle of opposites, and the genesis, growth, and especially the resolution of the contradictions existing between them, are the real source of any development, wherever and in whatever form it takes place. 406 Forms of contradictions. There is a vast number of the most varied contradictions in the world, which have a varying effect on the process of development, and which call for various forms and means of tackling them. I shall examine only the most important of them, understanding of which is of great practical, scientific, and socio-political significance. 1. Internal and external contradictions. In life we constantly come across both internal and external contradictions, both of which have a certain influence on the development of various phenomena. Between the community of socialist countries and the system of industrially developed capitalist countries there are economic, social, and ideological contradictions. These contradictions are external as regards the socialist community. Yet they affect its development in a certain way. The military quarters in some Western countries are 246. Still trying to whip up the nuclear arms race despite the socialist state's declaration that the attempts to overcome contradictions between the two social systems by way of building up arms and preparing for war are unrealistic and extremely dangerous. Each system should prove to be able to adapt itself to the new realities and processes, whereas differences should prompt them to interaction and should be viewed as a source of benefits for both parties. This is ensured by the defensive nature of the Soviet military doctrine and the reduction of Soviet armed forces. Such measures have a definite effect on the economic, social, and political development, and rates of industrial development in the USSR. But can these external contradictions stop development and hold back the process of the building of socialist society? Without doubt, they cannot. In socialist society there are internal contradictions as well, for example between the productive forces and the relations of production. This contradiction is inherent in all socio-economic formations, so that a simple reminder of its existence does not promote understanding of the motive forces and internal contradictions of the development of each specific formation. Things are altered at bottom when we pass from statement of the general pattern and general contradiction to the specific, special forms of the manifestation of this contradiction in a given formation or in a certain phase of its development and functioning. At each stage of the development of socialism these contradictions have been resolved in a special way which has led to the development of production and of society as a whole. In the early years of the Soviet state, for instance, when socialist relations of production were established in industry the level of the productive forces, devastated in the years of World War I and of Civil War, was relatively low. A contradiction arose between the relations of production and the productive forces, which was tackled through industrialization. The building of socialist industry steeply raised the technical equipping of production, and the defense capacity and prosperity of society, and an opportunity developed to mechanize the productive forces in agriculture. But that was blocked by relations of production based on petty private property. This contradiction was resolved through collectivization. Socialist relations of production arose in agriculture based on cooperative ownership. The socialist 247. As of. Let me cite another example of the relationship of internal and external contradictions. The contradictions between nature and society are external as regards society. The sharper they are, the more adversely and negatively they affect society's development. Yet society itself must first tackle its internal socio-economic contradictions by passing from capitalism to socialism, in order to solve the contradiction between man and nature. Consequently, although both external and internal contradictions have a definite effect on the process of development, the main source of development is the resolving of inner contradictions. This proposition of Marxian dialectics has immense practical significance. When we come up against some problem, we must first bring out the internal contradictions and find the most correct way of dealing with them. At the same time, we must remember that internal and external contradictions are themselves governed by the dialectic of the interpenetration and mutual transformation of opposites. Contradictions that are external in one situation may prove to be internal in another. The contradiction between socialism and capitalism, for instance, which is external as regards socialist society, is a very important internal contradiction of all humanity at the present stage of world history. Mankind's further development therefore calls, with objective necessity, for resolution of this contradiction by way of establishing a just social system, free of antagonistic contradictions. In exactly the same way, internal contradictions may be converted in certain circumstances into external ones and influence their solution. The internal contradictions of capitalism, for example, exacerbated by its general crisis, lead to ruthless exploitation of natural resources, and so to an increase in the contradiction between society and nature. 248. In addition to internal and external contradictions, we must distinguish basic and non-basic ones. Contradictions that have a decisive influence on development, and whose solution leads to the rise of fundamentally new phenomena and processes, are called basic. All other contradictions are secondary and non-basic. Between the main socio-economic systems of the contemporary world there are many different contradictions. One of the main, basic ones is that connected with the maintenance of peace and avoidance of a world thermonuclear war. The very existence of the human race hangs on its solution, and consequently the further development of mankind. That is why Marxist parties give peace programs a decisive place in their political activity. And this explains why all the peace forces of mankind rally around their peace programs. The basic contradiction of any mode of production that determines the character of its development is that between the productive forces and the relations of production. They are two aspects of a single process of production, and there is a deep-seated interconnection between them, which realizes the unity of the opposite aspects of production and is governed by the law of the correspondence of the relations of production to the level of development of the productive forces. We have already seen how this law operates in historical development, determining the functioning and succession of socio-economic formations. Other contradictions can arise during production, of course, for example, between the different elements of the productive forces or relations of production. But they are all ultimately determined by the basic contradiction of the mode of production, and their overcoming depends on solution of the basic contradiction. The practical significance of what I have said is the following. When we are coping with any socio-political, production, ideological, or scientific cognitive tasks, we must first of all determine the basic contradictions of the process studied. Having determined them, we can choose means, forms, and ways of overcoming and coping with them. 5. 3. Antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. It is customary to divide social contradictions according to their sharpness and the mode of tackling them into antagonistic and non-antagonistic. In the earlier chapters I have mentioned such contradictions many times. The distinguishing feature of antagonistic contradictions is their extreme sharpness and the impossibility of reconciling the opposing interests, aims, and positions of such and such social groups and classes within a given society. Antagonistic contradictions are therefore resolved in fierce, stubborn struggle, and as a rule end up with the elimination of one of the contending sides. The antagonistic contradiction between the working class and the capitalist class is resolved in a socialist revolution by elimination of the capitalists as a class. Elimination must not, of course, be understood in an oversimplified way. It is not a matter of the physical destruction or extermination of the members of a given class, but of abolition of the economic and political foundations of the dominance of the capitalist class in society, of the smashing of its resistance on the whole as a class, and in liquidation of private capitalist ownership of the means of production. The forms of the resolution of this antagonist contradiction may themselves be very different depending on the concrete historical conditions in each specific country at a certain stage of its development. Another example of antagonistic contradictions is those between the bourgeois and communist ideologies. They can only be resolved through consistent exposure and overcoming of bourgeois ideology. This ideology is not overcome by way of a simple rejection, striking out, or indiscriminate denial, but through serious, principled theoretical analysis that provides the grounds for scientific arguments and reasons against it. Without such arguments no one can be convinced of the truth of the scientific, progressive ideology, nor can its superiority, and capacity to comprehend the main processes and tendencies of modern times, and to give a proper evaluation of them, be demonstrated. Non-antagonistic contradictions are not only distant. 250. Guished by being less acute, but are also capable of being resolved. Such contradictions are characteristic of socialist society. Contradictions cannot be eliminated from it once and for all. Its inherent non-antagonistic contradictions are the source of its development and perfection. The resolution of non-antagonistic contradictions, unlike that of antagonistic ones, does not call for the elimination of one of the opposites. They are solved, as a rule, in a peaceful way through a gradual, consistent, conscious bringing of the positions and interests of the different social groups and classes closer to one another. But this coming together cannot happen without a straggle of opposites. The law of the unity and straggle of opposites does not lose its force with the abolition of antagonistic socio-economic formations and the contradictions peculiar to them. In a non-antagonistic society there are its own specific contradictions engendered by its development and affecting it. Furthermore, if such contradictions are not tackled and resolved in time, they can become very acute and begin to hold back the development of society. The administrative, bureaucratic methods of leadership of the Soviet economy and state, built up in the 1930s and 1940s, have come into acute contradiction in recent decades with the needs of social development. And although they do not represent antagonistic class interests, their solution is linked with clashes of conservative and progressive views, methods of leadership, and the aims of various social groups. Non-antagonistic contradictions cannot, therefore, be tackled by routine, stereotyped, made-to-order recipes, but call for a creative, dialectical approach to the new phenomena. 407 The resolution of contradictions in socialist society. The contradictions that arise and are tackled under socialism differ from those characteristic of the preceding antagonistic formations. In socialist society there are no social grounds for antagonistic contradictions between social groups and classes. But that does not exclude the existence of contradictions between personal and social interests, between individuals and work collectives, between the leader and the work collective, between the different participants in the united production process. A contradiction is also possible between the mechanisms of moral and material stimulation. 5. Between separate enterprises and whole industries, between the suppliers and consumers of industrial products, and so on. There are also separate breaches of legality, attempts to live at others' expense, acts of misappropriation and embezzlement of socialist property, bureaucracy, red tape, etc. All these phenomena contradict the principles of socialism, but they must not be dramatized, just as their negative significance should not be underestimated. These contradictions can be overcome and resolved if they are noted and studied in good time. An example of the tackling of the contradictions of socialist society at the present time is the deep, in essence revolutionary reorganization and reconstruction of all aspects of society's life that has been going on in the USSR since 1985. It is connected with the fact that roughly from the mid-1970s, because of a number of objective causes and subjective mistakes, stagnant phenomena and a slowdown of economic development began to be noted in Soviet society, and separate industries and agriculture began to fall behind. The material and intellectual needs of the population were not fully met. At the same time the advantages and achievements of socialism were not being fully employed, bureaucratic tendencies became stronger, the mechanism of Soviet democracy and publicity was not made the most of in the discussion of acute social problems. All this contradicted the main aims and patterns of socialist society. When the contradictions reached a certain level, they were realized and laid bare by the Communist Party, which called on all the working people to set about renewing society and reorganizing and shaking up the whole economic and social mechanism, and to strengthening democracy and openness. But these contradictions are not antagonistic, since they have not been caused by an opposition of irreconcilable class forces but by causes whose removal does not call for the elimination of certain social groups or classes. Socialist society has a set of political and educational measures and administrative, legal, organizational, and economic means at its disposal by which these contradictions and others can and should be tackled. New engineering, managerial, and technological tasks constantly arise during the development of society. In some cases their solution calls for rapid development of the productive forces, and in others for an improvement of the 252 relations of production and system of management. Some elements of the mode of production lag behind and become obsolete, while others develop rapidly and forge ahead. That kind of contradiction between the new and the old cannot be decided once and for all and in all areas of our life. They constantly exist, are resolved, and then arise again, which is the natural result of the advance and constant improvement of all aspects of society's affairs. Socialist society moves ahead along the road of social progress, so that contradictions peculiar to social development constantly arise, including ones between social consciousness and socialist being, between the basis and the superstructure. Such contradictions are tackled by raising the standard of political leadership of society in every way by the Communist Party and the socialist state. The transition from capitalism to socialism is not spontaneous, but a conscious process. As socialism develops and is perfected, the role of consciousness continuously grows. At the same time, the role of the Communist Party and socialist state, which direct all aspects of society's life, also grows. In the course of perfecting socialism, there must be a planned combination and balanced development of all spheres of society's life. Therefore, apart from the specific means of dealing with each concrete type of contradiction, there are also forms and methods of tackling the non-antagonistic contradictions common to the socialist system. These include the following: political leadership of society by the Communist Party, which works out strategy and tactics for coping with social tasks; scientifically substantiated management of the economy by the socialist state and its agencies; and systematic elimination and overcoming of all forms of bureaucracy, departmentalism, and localistic and 5. Parochial tendencies, criticism and self-criticism as a method of exposing and overcoming shortcomings. Socialist emulation and competition as a form of tackling the practical tasks facing every work collective, and society as a whole, improvement of the activity and initiative of work collectives, development of socialist self-government and self-management, and improvement of socialist democracy, improvement of the relations of distribution, which have a great influence on growth of collective and individual interest in the development of social production and the standard and way of life. Strengthening of control over the quantity and quality of work, and just employment of material and moral incentives, consolidation of legality and socialist law and order, and strict observance of the standards of socialist social intercourse, political, educational, and ideological work as a means of developing a communist world outlook and the basis for achieving maximum correspondence of the subjective and objective factors of development in the conditions of socialism. Full publicity and openness in the discussion of essential problems and contradictions. 408. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites, the essence and core of dialectics. To sum up what has been said, we can formulate one of the most important laws of dialectics, that of the unity and struggle of opposites. Lenin called it the essence and kernel of dialectics since it answers a most important and complex question, that of the source of development. This law states the following: any phenomenon in nature, society, and thought contains opposing aspects, properties, characteristics, subsystems, or elements that are necessarily connected with one another or interacting, i.e., are a unity. A relation of dialectical contradiction exists between the opposites that form a unity. The genesis, growth, and solution of the main inner contradictions are the source of all movement, and especially of development. The solution of contradictions is the decisive moment, and the main cause of development. A dialectical transition from some opposites to others takes place during development, and a clash, interaction, and interpenetration of opposites occurs. New irreversible phenomena, processes, properties, or characteristics, etc., arise that did not exist previously, and 5. They arise through struggle, through their interconversion and interpenetration and transition into one another, and solution of the contradictions. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites has a universal character, and understanding of it has immense world outlook, methodological, and ideological significance. When a person, who thinks metaphysically, comes up against contradictions in personal and social life, in political struggle, and in industry or science, he/she tries to brush them aside, or get around them, smooth them over, and so on. For every new phenomenon, and especially unexpected ones, he/she looks only for external causes, all of which not only prevents understanding of the real causes of changes in the external world but also blocks active involvement in its conscious, purposive transformation for the good of mankind. A person who thinks dialectically, on the contrary, knows that the source of any development is the struggle of opposites and the solution of inner contradictions. He/she therefore not only recognizes the existence of objective contradictions in nature, society, and thought, but also tries to know and study them, to separate the internal from the external, the basic from the secondary, the antagonistic from the non-antagonistic, to find the link and dependence between them, and to bring out the means, forms, and ways of overcoming and dealing with these contradictions. One cannot, of course, always and everywhere influence the objective processes of development. But where phenomena of nature and society's life can be drawn into man's material activity, ability to apply the law of the unity and struggle of opposites provide immense opportunities for man's rational action on natural processes and on the course of history. Forms of development. 409 On the form of development. In his famous book 10 Days That Shook the World, the American journalist John Reed passionately and enthrallingly described how the October Revolution happened in Russia. The events that he described really shook the world. Many of them proved to be an unexpected, grandiose, leap in historical development. This leap, which broke the course of history into two quite different epochs, was prepared by a long, preceding development, the class struggle of the Russian proletariat and the revolutionary activity of the party of Bolsheviks led by Lenin. 255. 9-10-19. When we think about the processes of development in nature, society, and thought, we can note that periods of gradual, smooth changes are followed in all of them by periods of change of a leap-like character or breaks of gradualness. Is that by chance? Or is there a pattern, an objective link between them? The dialectical theory of the form of development provides an answer. Every phenomenon and process has its own form and content. In the preceding section I showed that the content of development, and its source, is formed by a struggle of basic, inner opposites and solution of the contradictions existing between them. The changes caused by that are either gradual and continuous, or interrupted and sudden. The link between these two types of change also determines the form of any process of development. Therefore, when we speak of a process of development, we must study its form closely, i.e., the interconnection of the continuous and the intermittent, of the gradual and the sudden in all its manifestations in nature, society, and thought. The aim of this study is to find and formulate the objective law that governs the form of any development. 410 A dialogue about the continuous and intermittent, the gradual and sudden in the process of development. Two approaches, two mutually exclusive views on the form of development, have built up in the history of philosophy. In order to get a better understanding of them, let us turn once again to the dialogue of the dialectician and metaphysician. D. I hope you will not deny that we meet both gradual and sudden changes in the world around us. M. In any case, observations and our life experience, if one can rely on them, tell us so. D. What makes you doubt it? M. The question of what type of changes exist in reality, and which are dominant and basic. For continuous and intermittent, gradual and sudden changes surely cannot, in fact, exist simultaneously, in any developing phenomenon. D. Why won't you admit such a possibility? Are the intermittent and continuous always incompatible? M. Because nature and matter themselves would have to be both intermittent and continuous in that case, and the one excludes the other. The thinkers of the past had already drawn attention to that difficulty. Heraclitus of Ephesus, 4. 256. Instance, recognized the continuous character of changes, saying that everything flowed and changed. He therefore said that it was impossible to enter the same river twice. When a person was entering it the second time, the water had flowed on and the river had changed. His pupil Cratylus went further, claiming that it was impossible to enter the same river even once, for its current was changing every second and it was consequently not one and the same river. He and his supporters considered that all things and phenomena continuously became something else, so that it was impossible to speak of any of them as exact and definite. While we are talking, things are changing. D. But weren't there other views as well? M. True. The Greek philosopher Zeno of Elea argued as follows: an arrow is at a given point at any moment in flight, and in the next moment is already at another point, so that movement is intermittent and jerky. But at the same time the arrow is passing from point to point gradually, and is simultaneously covering a host of points in each segment of its flight, consequently movement is conti. 9-10-19. 257. Continuous and gradual. The one statement wholly excludes the other. D. What follows from that? M. Zeno and his followers drew far-reaching conclusions. Since these statements contradicted one another, it was senseless to speak of motion and development. Motion was only appearance. All real things were unchanging, constant, equal to themselves. Motion consequently did not in general exist. There was therefore no need to say whether such and such a manifestation of motion was gradual or sudden and intermittent. D. It is also worth adding that the dispute about the intermittent and continuous, gradual and sudden has continued in philosophy and science in modern times. Descartes, for example, considered matter to consist of separate particles or corpuscles in continuous motion. But Spinoza suggested that a single indivisible basis of all things, substance, underlay the world. Right down to the 20th century, physicists recognized the existence of a solid world medium or ether, and isolated particles, molecules, quite unconnected with it. And what point of view do you yourself hold? Do you think motion and development are reducible to continuous and gradual changes, or to sudden, intermittent ones? Is the material world itself solid and continuous, or is it intermittent and discrete? D. I hold that both these points of view are erroneous. They break the real, objective connection between various types of change and contradict each other. That is the main weakness and fault of the metaphysical method of thinking. Dialectics, however, tries to find the real unity of the intermittent and continuous, of the gradual and the sudden. Basing itself on the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, it turns to reality itself and examines how these types of change are connected with one another. It is not very simple to understand the dialectical interconnection of the gradual and sudden, intermittent and continuous. In order to master the dialectical approach to this question, it is necessary to examine a number of new philosophical categories, to master the deep relation between them, and to explain what their link is with modern science and social practice. Only then does the advantage of the dialectical view become indisputable. 411. Quantity, quality, measure, and leap. When people come across various things and processes in everyday life, industry, and public affairs, they learn to distinguish them from one another, to identify them, and to counterpose them. That proves possible because the different phenomena in objective reality itself have a certain constancy and stability. The features that distinguish them from other phenomena and processes remain unchanged for long or short intervals of time. This feature is usually designated by the concept quality. These same phenomena and processes, while to some extent constant and invariable, can nevertheless be altered without being converted into something else, and remain as before themselves. This feature is designated by the concept quantity. A person's appearance undergoes various changes. For instance, during his/her life, skin color alters, hair goes gray or falls out, weight changes, the number and distribution of wrinkles on the face change, and so on. These changes can be called quantitative. Yet, looking at this person, and at photographs made at various times, one can say of him/her that this is the same face and the same person, and consequently that his/her qualitative characteristics have been preserved in the main. The concepts quality and quantity play a decisive role in study of all forms of motion and development and are therefore two of the most important philosophical categories. But philosophy would not be a scientific discipline, if it simply borrowed its categories from everyday life without deepening them and making them more precise. What is their philosophical meaning? Every phenomenon we have to deal with can be regarded as a system. The human organism, which consists of dozens of organs and their parts, and of the various connections and relations between them, is a system for a doctor, a works or factory, including all its shops, work teams, flow lines, machine tools, and the technological links and relations uniting them, is a system for the plant's workers and engineers. The main subsystems, elements, and connections ensuring the activity and existence of every such system remain more or less constant over a certain stretch of time, retain their main attributes and characteristics, and so ensure its wholeness and equality with itself. The aggregate. 5. Of the main elements, connections, and relations ensuring within a certain period of time the stability and existence of the given system and its identity with itself and at the same time its difference from other systems, is reflected by the category quality or qualitative definiteness. The separate manifestations of quality are called properties. We therefore often say that quality is a stable aggregate of certain properties. The organic substance sugar, for instance, is a quite definite quality, and the white color inherent in sugar, or its capacity to evoke a sweet taste, or its capacity to dissolve in water, etc., are separate properties of it. It is well known that any phenomenon or process undergoes more or less marked changes with time. The composition of a person's blood changes with age, various physiological functions appear and disappear, the size of various organs changes, and so on. New machines, flow lines, whole shops, and work teams appear in factories, and old ones disappear from it. But the person and the factory retain their qualitative definiteness. The connections and relations whose changes alter the separate properties and characteristics of a system within certain limits, but do not disrupt its qualitative definiteness, are called quantitative, and the category that reflects them is called quantity or quantitative definiteness. A quantitative definiteness is objective, just like a qualitative one. Gradual quantitative changes can take place in separate attributes or characteristics within a quality. They can be compared in degree or intensity of growth or waning. The results of the measurements can always be expressed by means of figures, so that mathematics can be applied to the study and description of quantitative changes. Study of quantitative changes is the basis for the application of mathematics to the most varied processes in nature, society, and thought. In my definition of quantity there is an important expression, viz., certain limits. It merits special attention. The point is that quantitative changes, i.e., changes in connections, elements, and subsystems that do not disturb the qualitative definiteness of a phenomenon can only occur up to certain limits, beyond which quantitative changes lead to a break or rupture of the qualitative connections and relations, and to disturbance of the main elements and subsystems. 260. These limits are known as measure. Every phenomenon that has a special quality and differs from other phenomena has its special measure. Disruption of the limit leads to the quality being disrupted. The old connections and relations are broken and wholly or partially disappear, and the former elements and subsystems are disjuncted and changed. At the same time, new main connections, relations, subsystems, and elements are established, and a new quality consequently arises. This break in the old qualitative relations and connections, and the disruption or replacement of these elements and subsystems by new ones, is called a leap. The concept leap is also borrowed from everyday life, but has acquired a special meaning in philosophy. Its main philosophical sense is that some sort of rapid shift, readjustment, or jump is made in space, and that a break and transformation of a phenomenon's main stable qualitative connections, elements, and subsystems take place. This break usually occurs relatively quickly, of course, in comparison with the preceding period of quantitative changes. We therefore also perceive the quantitative changes as even, gradual, smooth, or slow, and leaps or qualitative changes as instantaneous or explosive ones. In fact, however, in a concrete case, a leap may be more or less protracted and complex. Its short-term character is conditional, and one can only speak of it in comparison with the preceding quantitative changes. The qualitative changes in the transition from one geological age to another, for instance, took millions of years. They can only seem short-term or instantaneous in comparison to the preceding stages of relatively slow quantitative geological changes lasting hundreds of millions of years. Great physical discoveries like Max Planck's discovery of quanta of physical action, for example, sometimes seem a flash of genius, a certain instantaneous leap in scientific knowledge. In reality, the formulating of the idea of a quantum itself took several days, and this period seems short only in comparison with the years of preceding persistent work during which Planck came to the working out of this fundamentally and qualitatively new idea of modern physics. An atomic explosion in which there is a qualitative transformation of the energy of the internal bonds of the atomic nucleus into radiant and heat energy seems ever more short-term. But from the philosophical point of view, it is very important to understand that the main characteristic of processes reflected 5. In the categories quantitative changes and qualitative changes is not the length or duration of the process but its content, its essence, because in the first case there is only a change of definite connections of elements or subsystems within a quality, but in the second they are disrupted, shattered, and form a new quality. That conclusion is particularly important for understanding quantitative and qualitative changes in society. 412 Evolution and Revolution. A scientific discovery, a change of geological ages, and a social revolution have nothing in common at first glance, but only at first glance. When we examine these processes more closely, we can understand that they are all qualitative leaps, certain breaks in the gradual course of events, an interruption in a continuous process. The question arises whether there is some kind of objective pattern of connections between quantitative and qualitative changes, between the even, gradual, continuous course of events and their sudden, jump-like change. Various answers have been given to that. According to religious views, God created the world once and for all, finished and completed, so that no really profound changes take place in it. The qualitative changes and leaps of various kinds in nature and society are regarded as chance, accidental phenomena, the sense of which is incomprehensible to man. These leaps and catastrophes can also be perceived as the work of the devil. But to the religious mind, in fact, there are no qualitative transformations and qualitatively new phenomena are impossible. As science developed, irrefutable facts were accumulated which demonstrated that the surface of the earth had itself altered qualitatively throughout its history. New continents had appeared, islands and mountains, and sometimes the course of rivers and the outlines of sea coasts had changed before men's eyes. People not only discovered that types of animals and plants had existed in antiquity that do not exist now, but also learned themselves to make new breeds and varieties of animals and plants. The idea of the world's qualitative invariance was thus undermined and refuted. Two opposing views of the process of development took its place. The first came to be called catastrophism. It was expressed most clearly of all in the views of the French zoologist Georges Cuvier. In trying to explain 262. The disappearance of some biological species and the appearance of others, he suggested that periods of a quiet unchanging state had alternated in the history of the earth with terrible catastrophes or cataclysms. In the interval between cataclysms animals and plants did not alter, but during the next cataclysm almost everything living perished and new species of animals and plants arose in the new conditions that had no links with the preceding ones. Cuvier's hypothesis could not answer why there was so much in common in the structure of the living organisms that existed before and after a cataclysm. Study of the Earth's history, moreover, showed that geological revolutions themselves often took thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of years, and that life on Earth was not interrupted in that time. Although Cuvier's views were thus refuted, the point of view that development consisted in unconnected stages of rest and catastrophe became widely held in the understanding of social processes. It was embodied in the theories and political activity of anarchists and political extremists. They all prided themselves on their extreme revolutionism and suggested that a revolutionary upheaval could occur at any moment in any stage of social development, state authority overthrown, private property abolished in the twinkling of an eye, and a new social order established. Lenin demonstrated the complete bankruptcy of such revolutionism. Anarchism, extremism, and terrorism are in fact an expression of the instability of the petty bourgeoisie, its lack of organization and of confidence in its own forces. The practice of the world revolutionary movement has shown that real, serious, far-reaching social revolutions are only possible when they are prepared by the whole preceding objective course of historical events. The gaining of state power, elimination of antagonistic classes, and building of socialism are a natural, regular stage in the development of society. The second point of view was called evolutionism. In the middle of the 19th century, Darwin's evolutionary theory was created from a generalization of a vast amount of factual material. Social Darwinists tried to transfer the theory of biological evolution to society, which led to the rise of evolutionism. The latter must not be confused with the theory of evolution. Evolution is the course of a process in which gradual quantitative changes predominate. Evolutionism wholly reduces development to evolution and 5. Equates the role of qualitative revolutionary changes to zero. In the realm of understanding social processes, evolutionism leads to reformism and revisionism. Political reformists and revisionists are essentially conduits of bourgeois ideology in the labor movement. From their point of view, the transition from capitalism to socialism is a smooth evolutionary process without sharp jumps and sudden leaps, and revolutionary upheavals, and comes about through peaceful reforms leading to purely quantitative changes in the field of wages and the length of the working day. The workers are offered a certain number of the shares of the enterprises where they work, and that, reformists and revisionists suggest, will gradually wipe out the boundary between workers and capitalists, and capitalism itself will grow into socialism without class struggle and revolution. But when allowance is made for the fact that the growth of wages does not cover the rise in the cost of living, while the reduction of working time is accompanied with intensification of work, and that capitalism, while handing over shares to tens and hundreds of workers, makes millions unemployed, the true sense of reformism and revisionism becomes obvious. By opposing bourgeois evolutionism to revolutionary Marxism-Leninism, modern reformists in fact perpetuate exploitation of man by man, try to stifle the flame of class struggle, and to prevent a real transformation of society. Underlying the various non-Marxian views of the process of development there is a one-sided metaphysical understanding of quantitative and qualitative changes in the process of development. The cataclysmic, catastrophic point of view does not see that radical qualitative changes are prepared for and caused by gradual quantitative ones. The other point of view reduces all development just to quantitative changes, denies the significance of qualitative transformations, and is therefore unable to explain where new phenomena in society's life come from. A correct understanding of development, consequently, is to discover and study the real relationship between these two types of change. Materialist dialectics, basing itself on the experience of historical development, affirms, in full correspondence with the data of modern science, that the gradual quantitative changes in a phenomenon or process regularly and necessarily, when passing through a certain measure, lead to radical qualitative changes as a result of which a new 264 quality, and new phenomenon or process, arises. In other words, any evolution sooner or later creates the conditions for a revolution. The revolutionary process in turn, during its completion, creates the preconditions for evolutionary development on a new qualitative basis. The true dialectical unity of quantity and quality as opposing but mutually connected aspects, moments, or characteristics of the process of development is manifested in that 413 the dialectic connection between quantitative and qualitative changes. In order to satisfy ourselves of the universal and law-governed character of the dialectical connection between quantitative and qualitative changes formulated above, and between the evolutionary and revolutionary stages of development, let us consider some examples. 1. The relations between the molecules and atoms of chemical substances change their state of aggregation in accordance with changes of energy. At normal atmospheric pressure and a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius, water, for instance, has a crystal structure and is a solid, ice. With changes of temperature, separate properties of ice alter, but the qualitative characteristics connected with crystal structure and the capacity of a solid to retain its geometrical shape, remain as before. When heated above 0 degrees Celsius, ice begins to melt. The energy absorbed during heating breaks the connections that unite the molecules of water in the crystals. From the standpoint of physics, this process is known as a phase transition. It may take a longer or shorter time according to the rate of heating. From the standpoint of dialectics, it is a qualitative leap. Some qualitative connections are disrupted and others arise. Through the melting of ice, water passes into a new state, that of a liquid. In crystals, the molecules of H2O oscillate in a limited space around one and the same points, or vibration nodes. In the liquid state they move chaotically, governed by the laws of Brownian movement. New quantitative characteristics are also associated with the new qualitative state. Liquid water is not only governed by other physical laws, but its chemical and physical properties are different. 1, for example, is to be a good solvent of many chemical substances. Furthermore, its capacity to dissolve substances gradually increases as it is heated, without a leap. In the temperature range between +1 degree Celsius and +99 degrees C, it has various properties. At the lower level it feels cold to the hand. 5. At +99 degrees C it can give a bad burn. Nevertheless, this is a quantitative difference, since water is not altered qualitatively, and its physical and chemical properties and state of aggregation are not changed. Heating proceeds smoothly, without a break in the qualitative physical properties, and the consequences caused by this process depend on change in the energy and velocity of the motion of the molecules. But when the boundary of the measure of the unity of the quantity and quality definiteness of the liquid state of aggregation is crossed at 100 degrees Celsius, a new phase transition begins, that of boiling. From the standpoint of dialectics, this is a new qualitative leap. Its result is again a break of old physical connections and properties, and the rise of new ones. In the gaseous state of aggregation, water is no longer governed by the laws of hydrodynamics, but by those of gas dynamics. Water is almost uncompressible, for instance, while the gas is readily amenable to strong pressure, and the work of steam engines is based on that. The new qualitative state is characterized, consequently, by new quantitative characteristics not inherent in either the solid or liquid states of water. 2. The succession of socio-economic formations is not a physical process but a historical one, yet the dialectical link of quantitative and qualitative changes can be found in it, too. The primitive communal system gradually changed under the impact of an extremely slow development of the productive forces. The productivity of labor and the quantity of the things made slowly rose. At a certain moment, when the possibilities of collective relations of production were already exhausted, the quantitative changes had reached a certain boundary or limit, and a disharmony had arisen between the relations of production and the productive forces. Further development of production proved impossible. A process of qualitative change in the mode of production began, and this led to disruption of all the social connections and relations of the communal clan system. The old basis was broken up, and the superstructure that had arisen on it, and profound qualitative changes took place in society. Historically, this is the first social revolution. The newly rising slave formation differed qualitatively from the preceding one in that private property relations of production were formed, antagonistic classes took shape, the 266 state, law, etc. arose. New quantitative characteristics, and new parameters corresponded to the new qualitative state of society. The primitive communal system had in fact developed over tens of thousands of years. The history of slave society covered roughly 4,000 years. The quantity of material products produced in it, including buildings, roads, irrigation works, tools, weapons, etc., exceeded everything created on the same territories during the whole preceding formation. The size of the population grew steeply, the development of culture accelerated, and culture took on a quantitatively and qualitatively different character. Characteristics appeared that simply did not exist in the former society, for example the intensity and sharpness of class conflicts. Having reached a certain limit, the productive forces of slave society again came into conflict with the relations of production. A new social revolution began, and a new qualitative leap. Yet that revolution, too, did not occur at once but took dozens or even hundreds of years. As a result, feudal society emerged with its own specifics. In Europe the feudal formation exhausted itself due to the growing class struggle and also, at a later stage, due to the speedy growth of economy that gave rise to capitalist productive forces. The gradual exacerbation and growth of contradictions within the system of the relations of production and the productive forces affected the whole of feudal society, and the process of the conversion of quantitative into profound qualitative changes occurred again. The latter were expressed in the form of bourgeois revolutions leading to the emergence of the capitalist formation. Specific quantitative characteristics were also inherent in capitalist society. The historical process accelerated rapidly. Less than 4 centuries had elapsed between the first bourgeois revolutions and the first socialist revolution in October 1917. The productive forces developed at an ever-increasing rate. The amount of product put out by man, for example, over 1 year gradually became comparable to the productivity of all of wild nature and then outpassed it. The intensity of the capitalist exploitation of the working class became the main quantitative indicator. The quantitative growth of contradictions inherent in capitalist society gave rise to a revolutionary, i.e., qualitative, transition to a new, communist formation. One will deal below with the manifestation of 5. Dialectical interconnection between quantitative and qualitative changes under socialism. The above example, however, shows clearly that quantitative changes, when passing through a certain measure, lead to a qualitative leap. Moreover, the emergence of a new quality is in turn characterized by new quantitative parameters, by a new type of qualitative changes. 3. In the first example I dealt with quantitative and qualitative changes in a natural phenomenon. Let us now examine how quantity and quality are linked in the development of thought and consciousness. A newborn child does not possess a capacity and capability to speak, think, and express thought in articulated speech. During its first year of life there is a gradual quantitative accumulation of appropriate habits. The first qualitative leap occurs at the end of this period and is manifested in articulated speech. The child begins to pronounce separate words. Further extension of the stock of initial concepts, and of words that express them, leads to a new qualitative leap. The child begins to utter separate phrases. Later its thinking changes so much that it proves able to utter more or less complex logical arguments or inferences, to express its desires, feelings, and knowledge about the external world in a connected, consecutive form, and so enters on a fundamentally new stage in the formation of thought. We thus also see here the dialectic of the interconnection and interpenetration of quantitative and qualitative changes. Summing up these examples and bringing out their common features, we can clarify and formulate the law of dialectics that determines the form of development. 414 The law of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative, and vice versa. We call the law that determines the universal form of development the law of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative ones, and vice versa. It can be formulated in the shape of the following propositions. 1. Every phenomenon or process is a unity of quantity and quality, in other words it has its own specific quality and quantity definiteness. 2. Quantitative changes occur gradually, smoothly, and continuously to a certain limit. Within the limits of 268. A measure they do not cause changes of the quality. Quantitative changes are reversible as a rule, and are characterized by magnitude, degree, and intensity. They can be measured and expressed by a certain number by means of the appropriate units of measurement. 3. With the transition of the measure inherent in the given object, quantitative changes cause radical qualitative changes that lead to the formation of a new quality. 4. Qualitative changes take place in the form of a leap or a break in continuity, but the leap need not occur in the form of an instantaneous explosion. It can take a more or less significant interval of time. 5. The new quality arising through the leap is characterized by new quantitative properties or parameters, and by a new measure of the unity of quantity and quality. 6. The sources of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative and vice versa are the unity and struggle of opposites, and the growth and resolution of contradictions. The law of dialectics formulated above operates in nature, society, and thought. In each concrete case it is manifested in a special way. Its application to the decision of practical tasks that are distinguished by great originality therefore calls for ability to employ the general propositions of dialectics with allowance for the individual characteristics of each concrete case, and of each concrete task. Let me illustrate this by an example of the analysis of the structure of the socialist revolution and the contemporary state of development of socialism. 415 Quantitative and qualitative changes in the structure of the socialist revolution. The socialist revolution in Russia was a very great qualitative leap in the history of mankind. It marked not only a transition from one formation to another but also a general transition from the formation stage of development to social development proceeding without a change of formations. This revolution had to carry out qualitative transformations in all the affairs of society. Certain interconnected revolutionary processes can therefore be distinguished within it, viz., the seizure of state power and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat as an instrument for building a socialist society, the forming of socialist relations of production and of a socialist basis of society, a cultural 5. Revolution that consisted in the creation of a new, socialist culture through making the scientific ideology of the working class the ideological basis of socialist society determining the development of all social consciousness. On the scale of world history the socialist revolution in Russia was a brief period of radical smashing of the old social relations and of the creation of a qualitatively new society. It was completed roughly 2 decades after the October Revolution of 1917 by the victory of socialism, i.e., the formation of the first phase of communist society. When we compare this with the several centuries of the preceding development of capitalism, the revolution was an extremely concentrated and brief affair. But it included more or less protracted, complex processes of social transformations. The armed uprising of October 1917 that marked the seizure of state power was only the first step. Much time was required for Soviet power to be established over the whole of the country. Over a certain space of time the old state machine was broken up and replaced by organs and agencies of the dictatorship of the proletariat. A whole system of mass organizations of the workers and laboring peasantry had to be created for that, the alliance between them consolidated and deepened, youth, women's, trade union, and other organizations had to be set up, which took part in the building of socialism under the leadership of the Communist Party. As a result of the smashing of the old state machinery and suppression of the resistance of the overthrown exploiter classes, a political superstructure of socialist society was formed. A qualitatively new political system and qualitatively new class structure of society were formed, which included the working class and the collective farm peasantry and the people's intelligentsia. The winning of state power and its employment to resolve antagonistic contradictions is a most important condition for carrying through revolutionary changes in the economy. The aim of these changes was to create and introduce socialist relations of production in accordance with the character and level of development of the productive forces arising on the basis of large-scale machine industry. Such relations of production could not take shape within capitalism. And their forming in industry and agriculture was, moreover, a quite 270 long drawn-out process. Big industrial enterprises began to be turned into state property at the end of 1917, and nationalization of medium-sized and small enterprises was completed in the course of 1918. Socialist reforms were carried out in the economy during industrialization and the collectivization of agriculture. That road to building a socialist society was by no means universal or the only one possible. It was determined by the specific conditions in which the socialist revolution occurred in Russia, with its underdeveloped industrial base and backward agriculture. In other, more developed countries that take the road of socialist reforms, other models of building socialism may be followed, and other forms and rates of economic and social reform realized. The mode of building a socialist economy that was realized in the USSR, was associated with definite deviations from the principles developed by Lenin. In spite of his points about broad development of cooperation, individual and cooperative work was limited, self-management of enterprises was reduced to the minimum, collectivization was frequently compulsory, industrialization was carried through by command and administrative methods, while its rates disrupted the balanced economy. Although collectivization and industrialization made it possible to lay the technical foundation in the pre-war years for raising the USSR's defense capacity, all these shortcomings, and especially the authoritarian command methods of leadership, led subsequently to a slowing down and stagnation. From that it follows that there are no standards or ready-made models for building socialism, and cannot be. The sequence and interconnection of the revolutionary changes in the structure of the socialist revolution that I have examined here reflect first and foremost the historical experience of the USSR. In other countries, taking the road of socialist reforms in other historical conditions, and employing in relation to their special conditions the historical experience of the Soviet Union, the concrete forms and stages of these reforms are distinguished by their own more or less special features, which is understandable. Some of these countries had a highly developed industry and agriculture at the beginning of the socialist revolution. Others were at a lower level of social and economic development. Many of them had only recently been emancipated from colonial dependence and had to pass through a stage of 5. National liberation revolution and democratic reforms. The concrete forms in which the social reforms took place in various countries therefore have great differences. But there are common features and patterns that characterize the single content inherent in all socialist revolutions, whatever the concrete forms in which they are manifested. This is what makes the thesis of the relation of quantitative and qualitative changes in the course of the socialist revolution one of general significance. When reflecting on the structure of the socialist revolution, we notice that it itself, while being a qualitative leap from the standpoint of development and the succession of formations, consists of a number of gradually developing processes, each of which is completed in a radical qualitative transformation in the most important areas of human activity. There is thus no hard and fast boundary between gradual quantitative and radical qualitative changes, and they are closely interconnected. 416 The dialectic of quantity and quality in the present stage of the development of socialism. Let us now look at how matters stand with quantitative and qualitative changes in the present-day stage of development of socialist society. When speaking of changes in the life of any social formation, state, or socio-economic system, we must remember that gradual quantitative changes not only relate to positive phenomena, and to what consolidates society and promotes its development, they can also affect negative phenomena, since contradictory trends are observable in all areas of social life, and the law of the unity and struggle of opposites operates in them. From that it follows that gradual quantitative changes simultaneously embrace both positive and negative phenomena and processes. The point is which processes, tendencies, and social mechanisms are the leading ones and determine the general social tendency. In a socialist society developing in very complicated historical conditions, the main socio-economic tasks have to be tackled first, i.e., the creation of a new mode of production, the establishing of an appropriate socialist basis and superstructure, consolidation of socialist statehood, defense of the socialist homeland against foreign enemies, and overcoming of the resistance of the overthrown exploiters. All these tasks were tackled, but a powerful state apparatus had to be built for that, and a special 272 socialist legal order. In the mid-1970s, however, subjective mistakes began to be manifested more and more along with leading positive tendencies, mistakes connected with the exaggeration of centralist planning, refusal to develop commodity-money relations, the emphasis on volitional, arbitrary, non-economic methods of directing the activity of socialist enterprises and institutions. Why could all that happen? Were these negative phenomena compatible with the principle and spirit of socialism? At the beginning of the revolution, Lenin had warned that bureaucracy, and refusal to draw the masses into the leadership of society presented a great danger for socialism. On the background of the significant advances achieved over several post-war decades, however, a euphoric mood, smugness, and complacency became strengthened among some of the state and party leadership, and a belief arose that further improvement of the administration of society's life and search for more modern forms of organization and leadership were superfluous. It took some time for the negative consequences of smugness and subjective mistakes to be recognized and realized. The fundamental, in essence revolutionary reorganization that is being carried out in the USSR and other socialist countries is the result of this awareness. From the philosophical point of view, it is important to get clear about and understand what this special kind of social leap is that ensures transition to a new qualitative state of society. It includes the following: modernization and rapid development of the productive forces on the basis of the advances of scientific and technological progress, provision on that basis of a just and fuller satisfaction of the material and intellectual needs of all members of society, bringing of the relations of production and the productive forces into harmony by perfecting both, full overcoming of bureaucracy and improvement of the democratic forms of decision-making and management at all levels, from the separate enterprise to the state as a whole. Activation of the human factor as the decisive force for accelerating social and economic progress, perfecting of all cultural and social institutions, legislation, justice, and the law enforcement system. Thus, at the present stage, radical qualitative changes are also being carried out as well as significant quantitative ones. 5. In contrast to the social revolution during the transition from capitalism to socialism, they are not breaking up the existing social order but, on the contrary, are consolidating the socialist social system. Philosophical analysis is also making it possible to understand an important circumstance specific to socialism, which is that the absence of antagonistic contradictions enables society to become actively aware of its own mistakes, shortcomings, and miscalculations, and to correct them effectively. Capitalist society also has its own mistakes and miscalculations, and it is sometimes capable of rising to awareness of them, at least in the person of individual progressive spokesmen. But radical changes are impossible under capitalism without class struggle, and without fierce, bitter resistance by the forces whose domination is menaced by qualitative changes of capitalist society. We can therefore consider that a capacity for self-perfection, and qualitative transformation is a distinguishing feature of a society free of antagonistic contradictions. The direction of development. 417. A dialogue on the direction of development. Development, as a special form of motion, is not only characterized by internal sources and form, but is also marked by direction. In order to understand in what sense one can speak of the direction of development, I resort again to a dialogue between dialectician and metaphysician. Materialist dialectics speaks of the direction of development. But it is not clear in what sense it employs this term. What isn't clear about it? Direction characterizes the displacement of bodies in space. It is relative and depends on the position of the observer. If we were to stand back to back, a car passing us would be moving ahead from your point of view, and back from mine. The concept direction is therefore inapplicable to development, and I claim that one cannot speak of the direction of development. Your example only illustrates one meaning of the concept direction. It is not applicable to more complicated forms of the motion of matter. One speaks, for example, of 274. The direction of chemical reactions during which new chemical substances arise. One also speaks of the trend of biological evolution, during which new species arise. There is also the trend or direction of history, which is manifested in the origin of new productive forces and relations of production, and of new classes and socio-economic formations. And what should be understood by the direction of development then? By it I have in mind not spatial displacement but the formation of qualitative new phenomena. The direction of development is movement from the old to the new, which is an irreversible process. The new consequently cannot be reconvert again into the preceding old phenomenon. My view differs from yours. Can we say that plants develop if, for example, every dandelion repeats one and the same stages in the main during growth? Everything is also repeated in the history of different states. States arise, develop, and perish. The new states that arise on the ruins of old ones pass through the same stages except for certain details. It is a complex cycle. If one abandons the idea of cycle or circulation, one must not speak of new and old, but of different phenomena or stages of motion not linked with one another. It cannot be a matter of some trend of development. One can only speak of separate changes, but they are not directed anywhere and lead nowhere. Do you understand the link of the old and the new in a too simplified way? It seems to you either that the new is a simple repetition of the old, or that there is a complete break between them. Dialectics, however, starts from the unity of opposites, from the simultaneous identity and difference of the new and the old, and affirms that the transition from the old to the new is governed by a special law. It is this law that determines the direction of any process of development in nature, society, and thought. And in order to understand it, we have to become familiar with several new categories and study their inner interdependence. 418 The spiral-like character of development. In order to comprehend the root opposition of the dialectical and metaphysical understanding of the character and direction of development, let us consider an example. Take a point on the circumference of a circle and begin. 5. Moving clockwise from it. When we have retraced the circle, all the points of the circumference will have been passed through more than once. In that sense, everything is completely repeated in circular movement, and there is no point through which we have not passed before. On the other hand, if we take an arbitrary point on a straight line, and begin to move from it in either direction, we will never return to it. The connection with the old, i.e., with the starting point of the movement, will be completely lost. Both of these geometrical modes of motion can serve as graphic examples of the metaphysical conception of motion. From the metaphysical standpoint, development is either like circular motion in which all stages are repeated, or movement in a straight line in which repetition is completely absent, but there is also no mutual dependence of these stages. The link of the old and the new is broken and the past and present are not connected with the future. The dialectical conception of development is best illustrated by motion along a vertical spiral. Take an initial position on one of the loops of the spiral, and make point A move upward from it along the spiral. In passing from loop to loop, point A will, on the one hand, get further and further away from the starting position as if it were along a straight line, and will never return to it. On the other hand, with each loop it will pass through a position that in a projection of the initial one, a repetition of it as it were, but only a partial repetition and not a complete one. Development has a spiral character, there is always something new in it, and at the same time there is ostensibly a return to the old. That is precisely how development proceeds in nature, society, and thought. We call the most important concepts characterizing the unity of two opposites, the appearance of the new and preservation of certain properties and characteristics of the old, dialectical negation and continuity. 419 Dialectical negation and continuity. The question of the role of negation in the process of development was most deeply developed in pre-Marxian philosophy by Hegel. Being an idealist, he examined the process of development of ideas. According to him, the absolute world idea began its development from a certain initial proposition that he called a thesis. The thesis, having undergone gradual quantitative changes, was ultimately 276. Converted into its opposite or antithesis. That was a qualitative leap and at the same time a dialectical negation of the initial proposition. The antithesis did not simply wipe out and annihilate the initial proposition, i.e., the thesis, but absorbed everything valuable contained in it. Further change of the antithesis again led to a qualitative leap, and completed a new negation, or negation of the negation, as Hegel called it. As a result of this second negation, a third stage in the development of the absolute idea appeared. The idea returned, as it were, to the initial proposition, but it was not a simple return. Hegel called what was obtained through the second negation the synthesis. The absolute idea was enriched as it were by everything valuable that had been in the preceding stages of development. The synthesis was a sort of return to the old, yet at the same time contains something new that had not been in the point of departure of development. This abstract Hegelian argument contained three mistakes of principle. It concerned only the development of ideas, and in general did not recognize development in nature. All forms of development were fitted into three obligatory, necessary stages, viz., thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, although real development is much more complicated and may contain many successive negations and stages. Development, having reached the final stage, ceased. And since development of the absolute idea was the standard for all other types of development, the Hegelian idealist dialectic forcibly fitted the whole diversity of developing processes into an abstract idealist formula consisting of three stages. What was this Hegelian scheme of development drawn from? And did it contain anything of value? The scheme was itself, in fact, an abstract depicting of the real process of thinking. Each of us has dozens of times witnessed how people who are interested in getting at the truth, and true knowledge of some object or subject, argue. One of them advances an initial proposition, hypothesis, or argument. The other objects, disputes, and puts forward his own arguments and surmises. Ultimately, by raising objections to one another, and at the same time trying to bring out everything of value in the other person's views and arguments, the disputants may come to a common conclusion, through successive negations of the points of view advanced, a 5. Conclusion that contains everything valuable and correct that has been clarified and established during the discussion. That, in fact, is the mode of reflection and understanding. It got an idealist reflection in Hegel's triad. Marx, Engels, and Lenin rejected Hegel's idealism, and with it the idealist doctrine of the triad, but at the same time they were able to retain and develop materialistically what there was of value in the doctrine of dialectical negation. What is dialectical negation? It is a process by which an old quality is not completely abolished, but what is most valuable and essential and capable of ensuring further development of the phenomenon, is preserved, and affirmed, and becomes part of a new quality. A dialectical negation thus takes place during a qualitative transition. It differs at bottom from mechanical annihilation. A seed, for instance, that is planted in suitable, favorable conditions, grows, and is converted into a stem and a growing plant. This is a negation, but the seed does not disappear as a result of it. All its elements capable of development, for example the molecules of desoxyribonucleic acid, which control inheritance and the mechanism of growth, have passed into the plant, and into its cells, and are included in the effective process of life activity. On the contrary, a seed that is dropped between millstones is converted into flour, is annihilated mechanically, and cannot take part in the further development of a plant. That is how matters stand with dialectical negation in society and thought. During the socialist revolution in Russia, for example, a cultural revolution was also carried through, as a result of which the culture of socialist society replaced that of capitalist society. Although this new culture differed in content from bourgeois culture, it did not arise through complete abolition of all the cultural achievements of the past, but through preservation of everything valuable, advanced, progressive and viable that had been created by culture throughout preceding formations. The highest achievements of literature, music, painting, and social thought of the past were taken into the new, socialist culture, and were developed further in it. But history also knows cases of the mechanical destruction of cultures. The Spanish conquistadores completely destroyed the ancient states of the Incas and Aztecs, and wiped out their culture. Its development stopped completely. An example of dialectical. 278. Negation in science is the transition from Euclidean geometry to non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean geometry negates quite a number of the propositions of Euclidean geometry, but at the same time does not reject it as a whole, does not abolish it or declare it false, but incorporates part of its basic propositions and axioms as very important basic principles. In any process of development there is not just one dialectical negation but a host of successive ones. In fact, each new transition from one qualitative state to another is a dialectical negation of the preceding stage in which everything valuable and viable is presented, retained, and incorporated in the new quality in a transformed form. This presentation or retention is usually called continuity. Each new dialectical negation can be pictured as a new loop of a spiral. Continuity is consequently not a simple repetition of the old, and is not its mechanical abolition. It signifies the unity of two opposite properties, viz., preservation of the valuable and viable and rejection of what has outlived itself and is preventing development. The concept continuity is consequently an important philosophical category that reflects the link between the difference of the old and the new in any developing phenomenon. The fact that dialectical negation is a many times repeated process is clearly traceable in all quite long processes of development. Consider, for example, Mendeleev's famous table of chemical elements. They are distributed at the intersections of several rows and columns. The atomic number of an element is determined by the positive charge of its nucleus. Starting at the second row we notice the following pattern, scanning from left to right, from lithium to fluorine, metallic properties diminish, and consequently the capacity to form alkalis, and haloid properties increase, and consequently the capacity to form acids, as the atomic number of the elements in that row increases. There is, as it were, a negation of some properties and a growth of others. The last element in the row, neon, is an inert gas that does not enter into chemical compounds in standard conditions, and is, as it were, a complete negation of chemical activity. The next row begins with a clearly expressed metal, sodium, that is to say with a negation of chemical inertness, and along the row there is a consistent 5. Negating of metallic properties and growth of haloid ones. The row is again completed by an inert gas, argon. This process of change of chemical properties continues with certain variations. Repeated negation is also met in history. Each socio-economic formation is a dialectical negation of the preceding one. During social revolutions, old social relations, the economic system, and the superstructure are broken up, but at the same time separate elements of them are preserved, for example, technique, separate elements of law, culture, science, and art, and so on, which are incorporated in reworked form in the structure of the new formation. Thus, on each new loop or twist of the spiral of any developing phenomenon or process, the new arises, the old is broken up, and at the same time dialectical reproduction occurs, there is continuity of everything valuable that was created by the preceding development, and further advance is ensured. The dialectical unity of negation and continuity in manifested, and the creative function of dialectical negation revealed in that. 420 Possibility and actuality. The new phenomena or processes that arise through dialectical negation of the old are not created in a vacuum. Their preconditions, foundations, and conditions are built up and exist in the preceding phenomena and processes. The aggregate of these preconditions and conditions, which have not yet led to the creation of a new phenomenon, are usually signified by the concept possibility. The process itself, which already exists, and is arising, functioning, and developing, is signified by the concept actuality or reality. Possibility and actuality are two closely linked concepts that mutually supplement each other, characterize the most important features of any process of development, and are therefore treated as a pair of categories of dialectical materialism. For any possibility to become a reality, this process must conform to certain objective laws of reality, and all the conditions necessary for it must be present. If these conditions are absent or lacking, the possibility is abstract and formal. As the necessary conditions are created, the abstract or formal possibility is converted into a concrete or real possibility. Most plants produce a huge quantity of seeds. But there is 280. Only a formal possibility that all the seeds of a given plant will grow and in turn produce new seeds. This possibility fully conforms to the biological laws of reproduction, but the conditions necessary for it to be converted into reality do not exist. The seeds may not find favorable soil, they may be eaten by birds or insects, they may be killed by weed killers, and so on. If all the necessary conditions existed, the progeny of one dandelion would cover the whole world in a few years. The transition of possibility into reality is a process of successive dialectical negations. Abstract, formal possibility is converted into concrete, real possibility, and the latter into reality. Reality in turn gives rise during its development to new possibilities, abstract to begin with, and then concrete, which may grow into a new reality, given the existence of certain causes and conditions, and so on. This can be readily seen from the example of biological development and the creation of gene engineering. The genes that form the molecules of DNA, and govern the heredity of living organisms, can be combined by various means. There is therefore always the possibility in nature itself for new hereditary traits to arise and become consolidated, and consequently for the genesis of new species. But for that possibility to be converted into reality, a set of conditions is required that have been developed in the course of biological evolution, during natural selection and the struggle for existence. The full set of the conditions needed for the origin of new species does not always exist, so that new species do not often appear in nature. With the rise of gene engineering, people have learned how to control inheritance and even to create new species. The possibility of constructing new species has been converted into reality in our day. New microorganisms, plants, and new species and breeds of animals are being created. And this is opening up unheard of new possibilities. The old mode of species formation, that has existed for millions of years, is being negated, as it were, but this negation is not full, and is not abolition. It is dialectical, since it is based on a mechanism of the combination of the elements incorporated in DNA created during the development of nature. The dialectic of the possible and the real is manifested particularly graphically in social development. The transition of the possible to the real in it, and the creation on its basis of 5. New possibilities, are linked with people's conscious activity. Let us examine this from the example of Lenin's analysis of a revolutionary situation. 421 The dialectic of the possible and the real in a revolutionary situation. The possibility of a socialist revolution is governed by the development and sharpening of the internal contradictions of capitalism, primarily the contradictions between capitalist private property and the social nature of the productive forces. When this contradiction reaches maximum sharpness, the objective conditions build up for a socialist revolution. They are manifested in increased exploitation of the workers, in deterioration of the living conditions of the country's population, in a marked exacerbation of class contradictions, the rise of various economic difficulties, and an increase in crisis phenomena in the whole intellectual life of society. All that leads to growth of the masses' revolutionary spirit, which is accompanied with a steep rise in their political activity. The aggregate of all these objective conditions is evidence that the concrete, real possibility of a socialist revolution has developed. This possibility is known as a revolutionary situation. But objective conditions for converting the possibility of revolution into revolutionary reality are not enough. To convert a revolutionary situation, i.e., the possibility of revolution, into a real revolution, there also has to be a developed revolutionary consciousness, and revolutionary activity corresponding to it. That not only means awareness of the reasons leading to the revolutionary situation and of the fact that development of society, and improvement of the life of the working people, are impossible without a revolution, but also, and even more important, it means development of a positive program indicating what must be done, how it is necessary to build a new life, and in what conditions to build a new society. The objective factor of a revolutionary situation must thus be supplemented by a subjective factor, viz., revolutionary awareness and revolutionary organizing activity. Only a Marxist-Leninist party of a new type can develop this consciousness and realize this organizing activity during the maturing of socialist revolution. The first party of this type was the Bolshevik Party, founded by Lenin and his associates. The Bolshevik Party, which led the revolutionary struggle of the Russian proletariat and working peasantry in October 282, 1917, was able, making use of the concrete revolutionary situation, to convert the possibility of a revolution into a real socialist revolution that became the beginning of a new stage in the development of humanity. That revolutionary process is a graphic example of the dialectic of the possible and the real in social development. 422. What is social progress? Something new thus constantly arises in the course of social development, and the old dies away. What had previously only been possible is converted into reality, and, on the contrary, what had been reality is modified or dies away, making way for new possibilities. The succession of all these states is usually called the development of society. But the question arises whether it entails any improvement of people's life or only brings suffering and misery. It is not quite simple to answer that seemingly simple question. In fact, when asking whether the development of society improves the life of man, we need to have clear criteria, and a clear definition and generally significant understanding of what we consider good and what bad, of what happiness and misery consist in, what we must strive for and what we must resist in our personal and social life. The Greek poet Hesiod proclaimed with sorrow that the golden age of humanity lay in the past. The silver age, too, was gone. The harsh iron age came, and everything was going to the dogs. Force, evil, and injustice had increased. Worthy people were mined, and the unworthy had become rich. The honest were oppressed, and the dishonest were at the helm. It 5. is not difficult to understand Hesiod's pessimism. He lived in the age of the breakup of the old clan relations, when the former clan nobility were mined, many free and independent people had become dependent, and private property had opened the way to the pinnacles of power to the richest and power-hungry rather than the most worthy. Each time when some social system has fallen into decay, its ideologues and defenders have denied progress and insisted that everything was going to the dogs. But it would be wrong to think that the spokesmen of classes and social forces interested in establishing a new social order have always been prophets of social progress. The eminent French enlightener Jean-Jacques Rousseau was an ideologist and spokesman of the French petty bourgeoisie, and because of that one of the most resolute theorists and prophets of the bourgeois revolution. At the same time, when answering whether the advance of science improved morality, he affirmed that the rapid growth of scientific knowledge did not promote strengthening of the moral image of society. Why did he think so? because, while being a contemporary of rapid development of science and spread of enlightenment, he could not shut his eyes to the fact that extreme dissoluteness and moral laxity prevailed among the upper classes of 18th-century French society. Linking these two circumstances, Rousseau assumed, not without grounds, that progress in the one field did not exclude decline, i.e., regress, in the other. The dialectic in his arguments, that Marx so highly valued, was manifested in just that. Social development in fact includes a constant strengthening and growth of some tendencies, i.e., of elements of progress, and just as constant a weakening and even disappearance of others, i.e., elements of regression. At each separate stage there are both progressive and regressive processes. On the one hand, the automation and robotization of industry increases productivity of labor, releases some of the labor force, promotes rapid reorganization of production, and frees people from monotonous and heavy work. In that sense it is a progressive phenomenon. On the other hand, however, this same process leads to the disappearance of a number of industrial skills, and of a number of trades, and under capitalism to an increase in unemployment. In that sense the phenomenon proves to be regressive. What are the criteria of progressiveness? It is sometimes material goods, or freedom to move about within a state, and free exit from it. But none of these taken separately is a criterion and condition of the progressiveness of a society and of social development as a whole. When intensification of labor goes hand in hand with intensification of exploitation, mass unemployment, and danger of loss of work, there is nothing progressive in the process. When vast material wealth is accessible to some members of society while others are doomed to hunger and poverty, the creation of this wealth is also not a criterion of progressiveness, and when the unemployed or homeless person can wander about in search of work and a home, that is not evidence of his/her freedom. From the standpoint of historical materialism, the criterion of social progress should be the development of material production, improvement of people's living conditions, all-round flowering of each creative individual, a rise of spiritual culture, and the creative character of work. All trends and processes in social development that correspond to this criterion are objectively progressive. The moments and processes of social development that block attainment of these historical goals and do not correspond to the criteria of social progress are regressive. There are progressive and regressive stages in every socio-economic formation. And the progressive and regressive tendencies exist and interact at every stage. But on the whole, when things are regarded on a broad enough historical scale, mankind moves toward the attaining of greater freedom and fuller and more all-round development of the individual. This road is complicated, contradictory, and dramatic. But when mankind has made the transition to socialism and communism, that will ensure the conditions for continuous progressive development, in which objective historical laws and patterns will be realized. 285. Let us now formulate the main propositions of the dialectical law that determines the direction of development in nature, society, and thought. By a tradition stemming from Hegel, this law is called the negation of negation. But we must remember that materialist dialectics regards it not as a pair of mutually exclusive negations, but as a limitless process of development in which dialectical negations open the way from the old to the new and at the same time ensure the link of the new with the old, and continuity between them. The main propositions of this law are the following. The new, which did not previously exist and which is the dialectical negation of the old, is constantly arising during development. Everything valuable and viable is preserved during negation and is included in the new in transformed shape. Only a certain part of the old, which has outlived itself and is blocking development, is eliminated. Development includes certain return to and repetition of already past stages, but at a new, higher level, and therefore has a spiral, rather than a circular or rectilinear character. During the transition, in the course of development, from the old to the new there are objectively progressive and regressive tendencies. Whether the type of change of the phenomenon as a whole will be progressive or regressive, depends on which of these dialectically related tendencies will be dominant. When we compare the law of the negation with the other basic laws of dialectics, the deep link uniting them will readily be noted. This comes out clearly when we compare such categories as resolution of contradictions, qualitative leap, and dialectical negation. Any qualitative leap is essentially a resolution of the main inner contradictions of the phenomenon. In the same way, a dialectical negation indicates that there is a moment in the leap-like transition from an old quality to a new one of preservation or continuity, as well as one of annihilation and destruction. The categories by which the law of the unity and struggle of 10-10-19. 286. Opposites, the law of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative ones, and the law of the negation are linked with one another in a very profound way, since they reflect the most characteristic traits and attributes and special features of any developing phenomenon from different aspects and from a different angle. The main laws of dialectics provide exhaustive knowledge of the sources, form, and direction of development, and that is determined by their inner unity. Dialectics, being a theory of the most general laws of development in nature, society, and thought, also has immense practical, social, and political significance. To master dialectics means to regard all phenomena in their inner, mutual connection, and their mutual causality. Whoever treats the problems arising in practical life in isolation will approach them like a metaphysician. Interconnected problems and tasks must also be treated as in continuous motion and development, because life itself, i.e., reality that gives rise to them, is changing and developing. Dialectics teaches us not to ignore the contradictions of life but to find them, to uncover them and promote their resolution, because resolution of inner, basic contradictions is the genuine source of any development. When we come up against gradual, at times insignificant, qualitative changes, we must constantly bear in mind that they will sooner or later lead to radical qualitative transformations. At the same time, the emergence of qualitatively new phenomena does not signify complete elimination of the old. Everything valuable and viable created by the preceding development is preserved and further developed in the leap and the dialectical negation. Lenin taught that one of the most important tasks of correct, scientific, political leadership of society was to know how to see the shoots of the new in the old and support them in good time, and to help them develop and come out on top. Chapter V. The Theory of Knowledge. In the previous chapters I examined the materialist answer to the first aspect of the basic question of philosophy and explained how consciousness arose, what its features are and how the interaction of social being and social consciousness is manifested in historical development. Now I must pass to the second aspect of the basic question, i.e., to how we know the external world, and how we check the correctness of our knowledge of nature, society, and thought. The dialectics of knowing. 501. What does it mean to know? Modern man has extensive knowledge and possesses the most varied skills. Some know how to work automatic machine tools, others know how to build space vehicles and to fly in them. Others still are able to disintegrate the atomic nucleus and utilize its energy. By comparison, say, with the end of the last century our knowledge has grown tenfold, to judge only by the number of books published and by the number of articles in scientific journals. Everybody is well aware that knowledge, especially scientific knowledge, is an important motive force of industry. Only by means of it can the acute contradictions between nature and society be eliminated and society itself rationally transformed, and human life be made more interesting, healthy, and intelligent. But far from everyone can say what knowledge is, how it arises, where its sources are, and how to distinguish correct knowledge from false and incorrect. 10*5. And whether we have guarantees that we are able in general to know ourselves and the world around us. 500 years ago people believed that Earth was the center of the world and that the planets and sun rotated around it. Now every boy and girl knows that Earth and the other planets rotate around the sun. But our everyday observations still tell us that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Until the end of the 19th century scientists considered that atoms were the tiniest indivisible particles of matter. 30 years ago they thought that elementary particles were indivisible. We now know that these notions, too, were untrue. Elementary particles also have an inner structure. Before the flights to the moon, many scientists thought that it had originated through the breaking away and escape of a huge fragment of an incandescent mass from Earth through the effect of some gigantic celestial body passing close to it. The data obtained from the moon have shown that the old hypotheses were unsatisfactory and call for additional investigation in order to get a truer idea of its origin. All that forces us to ponder whether there is any firm and reliable knowledge whatsoever. Today we think we know certain phenomena well, but tomorrow it may prove, as has happened many times in the past, that our knowledge is mistaken. The answer to what knowledge is not simple. That idea was well formulated by Goethe's Faust. Yes, of the kind which men attain. Who dares the child's true name in public mention? The few, who thereof something really learned. Unwisely frank, with hearts that spurned concealing. And to the mob laid bare each thought and feeling. Have evermore been crucified and burned. 1. You will clearly notice, in these lines, that knowledge, especially when it undermines fixed prejudices, contradicts the ideologies of the classes dominant in antagonistic society, and the religious world outlook, or substantiates the need for social reforms, often gets a hostile reception, and provokes keen resistance by the opponents. 15 of social progress. We know that clericals burned Giordano Bruno, who preached the doctrine of Copernicus, and Servetus, who discovered the lesser circulation of the blood, at the stake, and that reactionaries of all hues persecuted Darwin's theory of the origin of man, and that the coming to power of fascism was accompanied with persecution of progressive scientists. What knowledge is, how it arises, how it changes and develops, how its correspondence to objective reality is established, none of these is an idle question. The answer to them is a very important and specific task of philosophy, since other disciplines are not concerned with studying the special features of cognition. The theory of knowledge, or epistemology, is the branch of philosophy that answers these questions. 502 Cognition as reflection. All materialists agree that cognition or knowledge is a special form of reflection of reality. What is this feature? We already know that reflection is a universal property of matter. But it does not follow that there is knowledge at all levels of reflection. Knowledge arises only with the origin of man. All the knowledge we dispose of relates either to certain phenomena and processes, or to certain actions and forms of human activity. When we speak of the need to add or multiply two numbers, we have to know not only what a number is, but also how to perform the operations of addition or multiplication. When we begin to erect a building, we have to know not only what bricks, structural members, etc., are, but also how to perform building work. Knowledge is always expressed in language in the form of separate words and word groups, by means of which concepts are formulated, and also in sentences and propositions by which the properties of objects and of various forms of human activity, and the relations between them, are described. Such and such a sentence may also describe one's inner sensations or mental processes. There is no external likeness or similarity between the separate words, word groups, or sentences, on the one hand, and the phenomena of the external world, on the other, that could be established by the sense organs. Therefore, when we say that our knowledge reflects reality, we have in mind the special correspondence of concepts and judgments to phenomena of the external world and certain actions performed by humans. This means that certain phenomena, processes, or forms of action correspond to quite definite concepts. It also means that we can describe and recognize quite definite properties of phenomena and processes of objective reality, and the relations between them, by means of certain statements. And finally, it means that 5. When formulating certain rules of action, and giving or receiving orders and instructions, we know what acts and actions must be or must not be performed so as to achieve such and such an end. That is the sense of the statement that our knowledge is a reflection of objective reality. Knowledge does not exist in or by itself. It is the result of a special process, that of cognition or knowing, or of man's cognitive activity. Consequently, In order to understand the essence of knowledge more deeply and correctly, and to answer what it means to know, it is necessary to study the process of cognition, its sources, and the main stages in which human knowledge is formulated and created. It is also important to understand how the correspondence of our knowledge to objective reality is tested and confirmed, and what one has to do to make this correspondence deeper and fuller. 503a Talk about the sources of knowledge. Philosophers have been discussing what are the sources of knowledge, and what knowledge of reality begins with, since ancient times. Materialists like Democritus and Epicurus considered that knowledge arose as a result of the impact of material atoms on our sense organs. The idealist Plato suggested that man was shut up, as it were, in a cave in front of which figures floated that threw a shadow on its rear wall. Seeing these shadows, which we identified with material things, we tried to recall and re-establish the figures that threw them, i.e., ideas. It was these eternal and unchanging ideas that were the source of knowledge according to Plato. In modern times two trends have been distinctly formulated, viz., empiricism and rationalism. Supporters of empiricism considered the source of knowledge to be sensations and the experience based on them. Rationalists suggested that knowledge was born by human reason itself, by the very capacity to think allegedly initially inherent in man. Sensualism is closely linked with empiricism. Its spokesman often denied the significance of theoretical and abstract forms of knowing, and reduced all knowledge to sensation. There were many materialists among sensualists who considered that sensations were caused by the external world, but the extreme forms of sensualism, which assumed that the sole reality was sensation, led directly to subjective idealism and agnosticism. In order to familiarize ourselves with the 294 arguments of empiricists and rationalists, let us listen to a talk between imaginary persons who express the standpoint of rationalism, empiricism, and dialectical materialism. Empiricist. Any normal person, when asked how he knows a rose is red and smells sweet, will cite his sensations. I see a red flower and sense its aroma. Sensations are consequently the true source of knowledge. Rationalist. But surely we are not only dealing with what can be sensed and observed. Where do we get knowledge, for example, of the fact that the sum of the angles of a triangle is equal to 2 right angles, knowledge of elementary particles, or knowledge of the laws of social development? We cannot see them, smell them, or feel them. We can draw several different triangles, measure their angles several times, and then generalize and formulate a theorem about the sum of the internal angles. As for elementary particles, we see the readings and evidence of various instruments and call the sum of them in one case an electron, in another a proton, and in a third case a positron, and so on. Only sense impressions from the pointers of instruments really exist, and the concepts electron, proton, etc., are only words signifying these sensations. As for the laws of social development, they too are concepts that generalize diverse sense impressions. People build barricades, go on strike, demonstrate, and in doing so experience certain sensations and impressions, and call them by the words class struggle, etc. These words have no other reality, and that should be honestly recognized. But then we prove to be simply the prisoners of various sensations. Surely there will be many mistakes among them. We know that there are various hallucinations, optical illusions, mistakes of hearing, etc. If we believe all that, we will constantly fall into contradictions. How then can we distinguish true sensations from false ones? Surely, how can one check some sensations by others, just as unreliable? Dialectical materialist. One must add that there are many statements and concepts in science and everyday life that cannot be reduced in any simple way to sense perceptions and sensations. In physics, for example, we speak of the velocity of light equal to 300,000 kilometers a second. We can understand what that is, but we are unable to sense such a speed since our sense organs are not adapted to it. We know that color-blind persons cannot distinguish red from green, but you and I distinguish them. 5. Whose sensations should be believed? In mathematics, theorems about figures in multidimensional space are demonstrated, but although these theorems are quite exact, it is impossible to create a sensory image of such space. But what significance do such theorems have, if they are not reducible to sensations? Important practical results can be obtained through them and by means of many other statements irreducible to sensations, and physical and chemical processes can be controlled by means of them. The same also happens in the social sciences. If the concepts class struggle and laws of social development were simply names for a set of sensations, it would be easy to get rid of them by altering the impressions and sensations. But the point is that class struggle and the development of society occur independently of the will and consciousness, sensations, and impressions of separate people. In that case, I suggest that the source of our knowledge should be taken to be human reason. What does that mean? We must recognize that man has an inborn capacity to think. He is able to discover the basic, profound knowledge of the world put by God or nature into his mind. Descartes, for example, considered that God created this knowledge, while the materialist Spinoza considered it the result or outcome of material substance. However that may be, when we find, invent, or discover knowledge, we can deduce everything else from it by the laws of logic, and then check it by experiment or observation insofar as it relates to the world. The main thing is to derive knowledge bit by bit, step by step, consistently and consecutively, without missing anything. But surely any fairy tale can pass for science that way. It's enough to talk consistently and logically about wizards, witches flying on broomsticks, and so on, and to say that you saw your initial knowledge in your mind, to accept any fiction or invention on faith. But surely I spoke about checking by experiment and observation. You are inconsistent in that, for you yourself said that sensations, and consequently observations based on them, can be deceptive. I don't see what advantages rationalism gives. Both your points of view are one-sided, and they can both lead sooner or later to idealism. By affirming that the sole source of knowledge is sensation, empiricism gravitates. 296. Toward idealism and agnosticism. It may turn out that there is nothing behind the sensations, and the material world disappears. Rationalism too leads to objective idealism, because it recognizes the existence of eternal, inborn knowledge that does not depend on real social conditions or on people's previous experience and practical activity. What do you suggest? Both points of view are the result of a metaphysical divorce and counterposing of sensory and rational knowledge. But the main mistake is that you ascribe a simplified two-member form to all knowledge, viz., man, the world opposed to him, and you do not see any link between the two members. In fact, however, there is a complex link between man and the external world, which is manifested in a special human activity, viz., practice, the basis of which is material production, and activity with things and tools. It is practice that is the basis and source of our knowledge, and the means of checking its correctness. To convince ourselves of the truth of this point of view, we have to examine in more detail how knowledge comes about, i.e., what role sensation plays in it, how abstract concepts and knowledge arise, and what role people's material activity plays in this process. 504. The role of sensation in knowing. Sensations arise through the action of objects of the external world on our sense organs. Let us consider this process from the example of the formation of visual sensations. Sunlight, which is a flux of electromagnetic fields that have a certain energy, strikes some object, and is partly reflected from its surface, and partly absorbed by it. The rays reflected from the surface of the apple strike our eye. The energy of the reflected rays is altered according to the physical and chemical structure of the surface. In the eye they again undergo a number of conversions and transformations. The light waves are refracted in the lens according to the laws of optics, and leave an impression of the objects from which they are reflected, 100 or even 1,000 times weaker. The cells of the retina pass bioelectric impulses along nerve fibers, and these cause a special transformation in the cells of the visual center of the brain, a result of which is various visual sensations of light and shape. These sensations are united into a whole, or 5. Are synthesized into what we call a visual image of the object. Reflecting on the way a visual image arises, we come to the following conclusion: a visual image exists in one's brain, consequently it is subjective. It arises as a result of numerous transformations and conversions of material light waves reflected from the surface of an object. The waves are focused into special bioelectric impulses that are again transformed into color and spatial geometrical sensations in the cells of the brain. As a result, the image contained in the brain corresponds strictly to the object, and helps us distinguish it from all other objects. In that sense, we say that a visual sensation is a reflection of an objective thing. Lenin pointed out, when characterizing the role of sensations in knowing, that they are a subjective image of the objective world, one and at the same time a transformation of the energy of the external excitation into the fact of consciousness. 16. Another important conclusion is that the character of sensations depends not only on the organization of the visual apparatus, i.e., on one's eye, and not only on the peculiarities of the object, but also on their interaction, which itself is realized in the form of practical material activity. Without the latter, it does not lead at all to the forming of a proper or correct image of the thing. The picture of a high building on the retina occupies only a few millimeters, while our brain, in making a visual image of this tall edifice, automatically and unconsciously correlates it with other objects, and we get a correct idea of its dimensions. This capacity of the brain is not inborn. A baby does not have it. It is developed in the course of long practical training through personal experiment and social practice. Here is another example. A person in a dark room is shown a burning candle, without warning, by means of a film. The tongue of the flame, and the smoke, are pointing down, but the brain, in which the necessary information has been previously stored, automatically corrects the film's mistake, and the person sees a normal, customary picture of a candle with a rising flame. Steeplejacks and people who have been raised to a great height determine the dimensions of things on the ground differently. The inhabitants of forests and of prairies perceive spatial distances differently. That does not depend on the structure of the organs of vision, but on the personal and social practice, and culture of perception that they have assimilated with education and during their lives. What can one now say about the role of sensations in knowing? Sensations are a subjective image that reflects the objective world. This is not a simple mirror image, however, as empiricists think, but a very complex process of reflection that includes several qualitative transformations and dialectical negations. Sensations give us initial information about the reflected objects. But this information does not depend only on the features of the objects and our nervous system. One's experience, social practice, and all our historically formed culture that generalizes historical development make an important contribution to the shaping of sensations. This thesis of dialectical materialism is of fundamental importance for understanding the role of sensation in the process of cognition. 505 The role of abstraction in knowing. The method of the ascent from the abstract to the concrete. Man cannot only make use of sensations and sensory images in his activity. They are clearly not enough for understanding and even more for transforming the world. But why? Because we cannot pass our sensations on to other people, although we can talk about them, and we are not able to sense images existing in the brains of other people, although we can know about them from conversation or from reading books. In both everyday life and in science we come across knowledge of a kind that cannot be obtained or developed by means of sense perception, i.e., through sensations. We cannot, for example, see, hear, smell, or touch a number, a historical process, matter, etc., although we can see two apples, be witnesses of historical events like war or the launching of the first artificial Earth satellite, or touch and smell a certain material object, for example, a flower or a cup of coffee. In order to develop complex knowledge of the world as a whole, and of the processes taking place in it, and to pass on, store, and create new knowledge, we need concepts and the logical processes connected with them. What relation do these forms of knowledge have with sensations? How do they arise? The business of creating concepts is often called abstraction, and concepts are often therefore called abstractions. Abstraction takes place in several stages. In the first, a sort of grouping of the various objects that give rise to 5. Similar sensations and sense images in us takes place. A ripe apple, a carnation, a carrot, and the blood of a mammal have a common property, in spite of all their differences, by which a similar color sensation arises in us, namely red. We abstract all the differences that distinguish one object from another, i.e., discard all the differences. In the second stage we equate, as it were, or identify the various nuances or varieties of one and the same trait. We can, for example, identify all the shades of one and the same color. By comparing the relation between a worker John and a factory owner Smith, between a tenant Franz and a landowner Muller, between a fisherman Jacques and the owner of a cannery Dong, we can abstract the differences in age, character, nationality, language, etc., and single out what is common, namely that one man makes a profit from the work of the other. The size and form of the profit, and other details do not interest us here. We are comparing and identifying only the type of social relations. In the next stage we consolidate the properties and relations distinguished in pure, ideal form, so to say, in which they are perhaps not met either in nature itself or in society. This stage is therefore sometimes called idealization. Finally, in the fourth stage, the properties distinguished and singled out are consolidated in language. This is the stage of denomination. A name is given to the property by means of a separate word, or a group of words. So a concept expressed in language arises. The set of objects to which it refers forms their meaning, while the property or relation consolidated and reflected in the concept forms their sense. The sense of the concept red is the capacity of light rays of a certain energy to evoke a quite definite color sensation in us. The meaning of this concept is the objects that reflect rays of that energy. The sense of the concept exploitation is the extraction of profit from other people's work, its meaning is a certain type of relations of production. Like sensations, abstractions are a reflection of objective reality. In real life they are developed and refined over a long time. They are based on sensations and sense images. But abstractions, in contrast to them, not only, and not so much, reflect the external, sense-perceived aspect of material things and processes, as their inner connections and relations not accessible to direct sense perception. That is why Lenin also said that abstractions reflected reality more deeply, more truly, and more fully. And he saw their main purpose in that. In what way do abstractions or abstract concepts help us? 300. Understand the inner, deep links of the phenomena and processes around us. Things in the real material world have an infinite set of properties, aspects, and commutations. Each abstraction taken by itself reflects some one link or connection, or property, for example color, shape, the causal dependence of any phenomenon on another, and so on. Taken separately, however, these properties or connections are reflected with maximum fullness and exactness. In order more deeply to know real material things that have an unlimited number of connections and properties, i.e., to reflect them in our consciousness, we have to unite the separate abstractions, and join them together in a certain way in a new concrete concept that provides the fullest knowledge of a concrete thing for its time and age. A concrete concept, consequently, is a kind of sum or aggregate of various abstractions or abstract concepts, that reflect certain properties, aspects, and relations of an object. As our knowledge that reflects the external world develops, concepts become increasingly concrete. The concept of the moon, for instance, was very abstract in the time of antique astronomy. It included several attributes: the moon rotated around the earth, its disk was a little bigger than the palm of the hand, it shone at night. In the 19th century, thanks to the development of astronomy, and the making of optical telescopes, the presence of mountains and craters on the moon was already known, its real size had been calculated, its distance from Earth established, its influence on tides clarified, and so on. In our day, through the landing of automatic moon rovers, and man, on the moon, our information about lunar soil, and its chemical composition, and many other of its characteristics has been greatly increased. The concept moon has become much richer, more full of content, and more concrete than it was 100 or even 20 years ago. The development of science is always accompanied with growth of the concreteness of scientific concepts. It is necessary to differentiate and not confuse concrete things and concrete concepts. The former exist in objective reality itself, outside and independent of consciousness, the latter are the result of people's cognitive activity. Concrete concepts arise through consistent, consecutive supplementing and refining, extension and synthesis of separate abstractions that reflect various aspects and connections of concrete things. The transition from separate abstractions to concrete concepts is called the method of ascent from the abstract to the 5. Concrete. This ascent is not haphazard but proceeds according to certain rules and laws. The most important of these is the requirement that the link between the separate abstractions that make up a fuller, more exact, and more concrete concept, should reflect the objective, real connection between the properties, and characteristics of the phenomena and processes reflected in the concrete concept. When this link corresponds to the real connection of the properties and characteristics of the studied phenomenon or process, we get a very true, deep knowledge corresponding to objective reality itself. Concepts are consequently not inborn or innate in man, or created by God. They arise historically and are shaped through abstraction. They are based on sensations, and their means of material expression is language. The process of abstraction also includes certain elements of fantasy and creativity. When abstracting certain attributes, and singling out and grouping others, we display a certain active attitude to reality that is guided by aims and tasks posed by life, and by objective needs arising in our production, everyday, and social activity. A concept therefore not only reflects objective reality but is also stamped by traces of human activity and creative activity capable of constructing concepts. When the creative activity comes into contradiction with the objective properties and relations of things, untrue concepts that reflect objective reality in a distorted, wrong way, can arise during abstraction. There is always a possibility of such concepts arising, and in certain conditions it can lead to idealism. 506. The epistemological roots of idealism. Not every untrue concept or every mistake in abstraction leads to idealism, of course. The concepts green cat or good-natured triangle are simply senseless. There is nothing corresponding to them in reality. Properties and attributes that are not connected in reality are mistakenly stuck together in it in a wrong way. Concepts that arise through a metaphysical separation of, or break between, separate properties that exist in objective reality, and this reality itself, lead to idealism. A person has a greater or less expectation of life, is better or worse informed about various things, has a certain physical strength, and so on. But it is enough to cut the property of being informed or of strength, or of expectation of life, off from real people, to exaggerate them to the extreme, and inflate them, for a fantastic concept of an omniscient, all-powerful, immortal being, a god, to arise. Similarly it is 302. Sufficient, when studying the moving matter, to separate motion from material bodies, to contrapose substance to energy, to separate time from space, for concepts of motion and energy, existing independent of matter and opposed to it, to arise, and that is a direct step to physical idealism, to a doctrine that the material world can disappear or simply not exist, given the eternity of energy, from which it follows that energy is immaterial, i.e., ideal. The epistemological, i.e., cognitive, roots of idealism lie in its being possible for simplified untrue techniques to arise in the complex, dialectical process of cognition that lead to the formation of concepts that reflect reality in a distorted way and make it possible to think that ideas and concepts themselves exist independently of matter or precede it. But the epistemological roots by no means necessarily lead in themselves to idealism. It is only a possibility of idealism. For idealism to actually arise and be consolidated, certain social conditions are necessary, and certain classes and groups who have an interest in an idealist world outlook as the basis of their class dominance. These conditions are called the social roots of idealism. Figuratively speaking, idealism is a sterile flower on the living tree of knowledge. Insofar as the social roots of idealism are extirpated through a transformation of society's life, the struggle against its epistemological roots is brought to the fore. To extirpate them, it is necessary actively and consciously to master materialist dialectics and the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge. 507. What is truth? We employ interconnected, not isolated concepts, in the business of knowing. The interconnection is made by means of statements and inferences, by which we assert or deny something about properties, relationships, or interactions in the world around us. The separate concepts house, location, hill tell us little about where our home is situated. The statement or expression "the house is on the hill," on the contrary, gives us the needed information. An inference or conclusion is a chain of statements so built that one of them follows from the others by the laws of logic. When we know the necessary address, for instance, we can construct the following inference: if the house we need is on a hill, we will have to climb the hill. But the statements and inferences by which a person formulates very important and valuable. 5. Information about the external world can also reflect this world correctly or incorrectly. In order to distinguish a statement that correctly reflects the world from ones that do not, we employ special concepts: truth and falsehood. What is truth? This is a very complicated question, and is one of the central problems of the theory of knowledge. It is answered differently in idealist and materialist philosophy. Aristotle considered TMTH to be knowledge in which judgments about the external world were truly made. Subsequently, many philosophers agreed truth is the correspondence of thought with reality, and of knowledge with what we know. But that formulation is held by both materialists and idealists, because, while answering the basic question of philosophy differently, they also understand the correspondence of thought and reality differently. The objective idealist Plato, for example, considered truth to consist in correspondence of our knowledge to eternal, invariant ideas. From his point of view, knowledge of the material world could not be true since the material world was inconstant and changeable. Truth, however, should relate to something eternal and unchanging. The objective idealist Hegel considered truth to be the correspondence of our knowledge to the absolute spirit, the absolute idea. The aim of human knowledge was FHLL coincidence with the absolute idea, and truth, in his opinion, consisted in just that coincidence. Most materialists before Marx considered that truth consisted in correspondence of our knowledge to the objective material world. But the main difficulty arose in just that, namely how to check, how to establish this correspondence. If the means, measure, or criterion was sensation, then there were many difficulties, for sensation itself was deceptive. If the criterion of truth lay in human reason itself, then that sooner or later led to idealism. Only dialectical materialism, which made a revolution in the theory of knowledge, put forward a fundamentally new theory of truth, its foundations, and its criteria. What is this theory? The concepts, statements, and inferences by which we express our knowledge of the external world, and about ourselves, are not only a reflection of this world but also the product of our activity. Consequently, there is something in knowledge that depends on the person who works it up, i.e., on the subject of knowing. Insofar as our knowledge reflects the objective world, it also has a content that does not depend. 304. either on man or on humanity as a whole, and consequently depends only on the objective world. This content of our ideas and knowledge does not depend either on the individual person or on humanity as a whole, is called objective truth. The statement that water boils and is converted into steam at a temperature of plus 100 degrees C at standard pressure is an objective truth. Although the fact that we measure the temperature on the Celsius scale and not the Fahrenheit or Réaumur depends on man, the fact of the boiling itself, and the conversion of the water into steam does not depend either on man or on humanity. True knowledge, like the objective world itself, develops according to the laws of dialectics. In the Middle Ages people thought the sun and planets revolved around the earth. Was that false or true? The fact that man observed the movement of the heavenly bodies from a single observation point, i.e., Earth, led to a false conclusion that the sun and planets revolved around the latter. One can see in that the dependence of our knowledge on the subject of knowing, but there was a content in this statement that did not depend on either man or humanity, but was knowledge that the heavenly bodies of the solar system moved. There was a kernel of objective truth in that conclusion. Copernicus' theory affirmed that the sun was the center of our planetary system, and that the planets and Earth rotated around it in concentric circles. The proportion of objective content in that was much greater than in the former views, but by no means fully corresponded to objective reality, since the astronomical observations for that were lacking. Kepler, relying on the observations of his teacher Tycho Brahe, showed that the planets did not revolve around the sun in circles but in ellipses. That was much truer knowledge. Modern astronomy has calculated the trajectories and laws of rotation of the planets even more exactly. It will be clear from these examples that objective truth develops historically. With each new discovery it becomes fuller. The form of expression of objective truth, which depends on concrete historical conditions, and which characterizes the degree of its accuracy, precision, and fullness that has been reached at a given level of knowledge, is called relative truth. The whole development of human knowledge, including science, is thus a constant succession of some relative truths by others that more fully and exactly express objective truth. The process of cognition is a fuller and more exact knowing of objective truth. 5. Completely full, exact, all-round, comprehensive, exhaustive knowledge of a phenomenon is called absolute truth. It is often asked whether we can achieve and formulate absolute truth. Agnostics answer in the negative. As proof they cite the fact that we are dealing only with relative truths, each of which, they argue, proves in time to be not quite exact and full, as in the example of the solar system. Full, exhaustive knowledge, they say, is consequently unattainable. But that argument is mistaken and metaphysical. Metaphysicians think that absolute knowledge can be known and expressed at any moment of our activity once and for all. It often seems that absolute knowledge can be attained in very simple cases. Isn't the statement Moscow is the capital of the USSR absolute truth? But does that statement provide exhaustive knowledge of the size of Moscow's population, its area, and the number of its buildings, or of when it became the capital of the USSR, and so on? Even if such information were taken as of January 1st of this year, it would be inexact in a year or two. So we find that what is absolute truth at first glance is in fact relative truth, since it does not contain full, exhaustive, once and for all true knowledge about Moscow. The more complicated any phenomenon is, the more difficult it is to attain absolute truth, i.e., full, exhaustive knowledge about it. Yet absolute truth does exist, and it is necessary to understand what is the limit and the goal to which human knowledge aspires. Every relative truth is a step bringing us closer to that goal. It is wrong to claim that there are three types of truth, viz., objective, relative, and absolute. Relative and absolute truth are in fact only different levels or forms of objective truth. Our knowledge is always relative since it depends on the level of development of society, technique, the state of science, and so on. The higher the level of our knowledge, the closer we come to absolute truth. But the process can go on endlessly, because we discover new aspects and properties in the world around us at each stage of historical development, and create ever fuller, more exact knowledge of it. This constant process of passing from some relative forms of objective truth to others is a most important manifestation of dialectics in the process of cognition. Each relative truth thus contains a proportion of the absolute. And on the contrary, absolute truth is the limit of an infinite succession of relative truths. We now have the right to ask how objective truth is established, how it is checked, and from what it is drawn, and 306. What enables us to distinguish true knowledge from false? 508. The role of practice in knowing. The most important form of human activity is practice. It is sensual material activity directed to transforming the world around us, nature and society, and underlies all other forms of social and intellectual activity including the process of knowing. Consequently, practice includes not only the labor process but also all people's society transforming activity. While we have so far regarded practice mainly from the angle of how it influences the development and perfecting of the capacity for human thought and social activity, we must now approach it from another aspect. The most important revolutionary contribution of dialectical materialism to the theory of knowledge is comprehension and understanding of the fundamental role of practice in cognitive activity, and discovery of the fact that it is practice which makes this activity possible and enables true knowledge to be distinguished from false. The spokesmen of all schools and trends of philosophy before Marx did not understand the role of practice in knowing. Some of them considered reason the source of knowledge, ideas, and principles either inborn or given by God. Others considered sensation the sole source of knowledge. We have already seen what insoluble difficulties and contradictions these views led to. Even the materialist philosophers before Marx, including Feuerbach, could not rise to understanding of the role of practice in knowing. They considered that knowledge arose from pure sensory sensations during passive observation and contemplation of reality. Marx saw the main shortcoming of contemplative materialism in its incapacity to understand the active, creative role of man as the subject of knowing. What does this role consist in? It lies in the fact that man does not simply observe or contemplate the external world, but changes and remakes it in the course of his life activity, above all by labor. It is thanks to this that the deepest knowledge of the properties and connections of the material world, including society, comes about, which would be simply inaccessible to human cognition if the latter were limited to simple contemplation and passive observation. Since human practice is fluid, changeable, and constantly developing, the knowledge that we get in practical activity becomes more complicated and exact, and develops. Practice, consequently, is not only the source that knowledge 5. is obtained from, but is also the basis of its development and perfecting. When discussing the role of sensations in knowing, we established that the formation of sense images of the objective world itself depended to a considerable extent on man's practical activity and on culture as a whole. Practice consequently invades the process of knowing and already exerts an influence on it in the very first stages, at the level when sensory or empirical knowledge is being formed. Its influence on the forming of concepts and judgments is even more marked. For the very procedures of grouping objects by their separate properties, and of distinguishing and comparing these properties are a definite form of activity. It is mental, spiritual, or intellectual activity, of course, but it takes shape and develops under the impact and influence of activity with material objects, i.e., practice. When the process of forming concepts, and of statements containing them, is completed and we have to decide which of the statements are true, and which false, we again turn to practice, which functions this time as a means of checking the truth of our knowledge, i.e., as the criterion of truth. That is why Lenin wrote, "From living perception to abstract thought, and from this to practice, such is the dialectical path of the cognition of truth." 17. Practice is a specifically human form of activity. Even the most complicated activity of animals cannot be considered practice because the basis and core of practice is work or labor. That is why only knowledge of superficial object-oriented connections are accessible to animals, while knowledge of deep-lying connections, i.e., objective laws, is not accessible to them. Ants, we know, have a very complex behavior. In particular, they defend and even rear other insects, sometimes called ants cows, and feed on the nutritious nectar excreted by them. But over the millions of years of this community, known as biocenosis, ants have not bred more productive varieties of aphis. The people who began to engage in land working and stock breeding only a few thousand years ago became convinced through active practical activity and by way of trial and error, and experiments, many times repeated, that the productivity of domestic animals and plants could be 17 V. I. Lenin. Collected Works. Volume 38, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1981 p. 171. 308. Influenced. They discovered and formulated rules for growing crops and raising animals, and thereby learned to create quite new breeds and varieties that did not exist in the wild. New objective truths, as regards agriculture, were thus discovered from practice and confirmed and utilized. However many times solids and the peculiarities of liquids were observed, that passive observation would not have made it possible to say how the weight of a body immersed in water is altered. Having to do many times in practical activity with bodies accidentally or purposely immersed in water, people in the long run discovered that their weight became less, the more the water they displaced. That discovery was later employed with great success in the practice of shipbuilding. In the middle of the 19th century, Marx and Engels, generalizing the practice of the class struggle, concluded that the overcoming of antagonistic class contradictions and creation of a classless society were an objective law of history. Their opponents tried to throw doubt on the objective truth of that thesis and to dispute it. The best confirmation of it has been the practice of building socialism in the USSR, which has led to the creation of a society in which there are no class antagonisms. Practice thus proves to be the source of knowledge both of nature and of society, the basis of the development of knowledge, and the criterion of the truth of the knowledge obtained. 509. Appearance and Essence. The dialectics of knowing. In order to sum up what has been said in this chapter, we must examine two important philosophical categories, viz., essence and appearance. When we examine an apple, smell it, feel it, and taste it, we get various sensations from which we build up a certain sense image. The objective thing given to us by our sensations is called its appearance. Appearance contains information about the objective properties of objects and processes around us. What the object seems to us, how it appears to us, depends, as I have already said, not only on its objective characteristics but also on the structure of our organs of perception, nervous system, and finally on our practical activity. Eyeing an apple, we see that it is red and round. That, so to say, is appearance of the first order. When we examine a slice of apple under a microscope, we see 5. Its cellular structure. That is already appearance of the second order. By successively employing X-ray apparatus and an electron microscope, etc., we can see the inner structure of the apple cells and the molecular processes going on in them. That can be called appearance of the third, fourth, etc., order. The category appearance, consequently, reflects the objective external aspect of the processes and objects around us that we come across in practical and experimental activity. We perceive this external outward aspect directly or by means of instruments and various apparatus. But what does the category essence reflect? We learn about individual features, e.g. the color, shape, and size of an apple, by receiving visual sensations. These attributes distinguish it from other objects. Later we learn about its cell structure, characteristic for all fruit of this species. Going further, we get a notion of the physical and chemical processes in the cells, characteristic not only of plants but also of living organisms in general. By penetrating ever deeper into the inner structure of the apple, we get to know more and more stable, necessary connections governing the growth, development, and physiological processes of this species of fruit. In other words, by moving from appearance of the first order to appearance of the second and other orders, and getting to know the inner structure of appearances or phenomena, we discover their objective patterns. It is these patterns that form their essence. The category essence, consequently, reflects the inner deep properties and connections that govern the functioning and development of the objects and processes being studied. It reflects the aggregate of the inner patterns of a phenomenon or group of phenomena. Lenin therefore stressed that the categories essence and law were concepts of the same order. It is particularly important to remember that when studying complex social phenomena, strikes are constantly occurring in modern capitalist society. They are directly accessible to our sensory observation. Although more or less different demands are made in various strikes, and the latter develop differently and are accompanied with different events, their essence is economic struggle of the working class for its interests. We can also distinguish a more general and deeper essence of different forms of the proletariat's class struggle. They ultimately boil down to an objective, historical necessity of replacing the capitalist mode. 310. Of production by a socialist one. Behind the diversity of external social phenomena there is thus their single, objective essence. There is no hard and fast dividing line, as we see, between phenomena or appearance and essence. What cannot be observed today and is the essence of an object, may become accessible to observation tomorrow and be converted into appearance. The categories appearance and essence are contradictory, as it were, on the one hand, since they reflect the external, more changeable, and the inner, more stable, aspects of every object. At the same time they are dialectically linked and pass into one another. Appearances and essence do not exist separately in reality itself, so that Lenin remarked that essence appears and appearance is essential. He meant that the inner, hidden side is always discovered through the external one, accessible to observation, while the external is governed by the inner, and has its cause in it. At the same time the categories appearance and essence express the link and dependence of the stages of knowing. Appearance is cognized by us at the level of sensory knowledge and live contemplation. Essence, however, is discovered at the stage of abstract thinking by means of concepts and judgments. Immanuel Kant, trying to reconcile empiricism and rationalism, claimed that we can only know appearances, i.e., how things appear to us through our sense organs. We could not know the essence of things, which he called the thing in itself. Kant stressed, as it were, that objects of the external world existed independently of our knowledge, and thus took a definite step toward materialism, but by affirming that the thing in itself was unknowable he retreated to agnosticism and subjective idealism and fell into an unresolvable contradiction. The question arose of how one could say that the thing in itself exists objectively, if it were impossible to cognize it. In order to get around this contradiction Kant appealed to faith, to a supreme reason standing above sensual knowledge. We knew of the existence of things in themselves because we believed in them. Both materialists and idealists criticized Kant for that inconsistency. The former rebuked him for considering the thing in itself unknowable, and for putting an impassable gulf between appearance and essence. Lenin called it criticism from the left. The theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, being based on experience and the achievements of all modern science, considers that unknowable things in themselves do not exist. There are only various objects, events, and processes. 5. That are not quite fully known and that can be known to the extent that our practical and cognitive activity is deepened and extended. The true dialectic of knowing starts from the point that the developing world is reflected in developing knowledge through a constant change and development of our social, production activity. We constantly pass in the course of cognition from appearance to essence, from some relative truths to other, deeper ones, constantly check them in practice, and ruthlessly reject mistaken, false judgments or inferences. The forms and methods of scientific cognition. 510 Theory and hypothesis. Science is the highest form of cognition. Its influence on all aspects of the life of society is continuously growing in our day. The basis of this influence is application of scientific advances in industry and the administration of society, which leads to scientific and technical progress. What is the most important, most characteristic feature of scientific cognition and knowledge? The ancient Babylonian astronomers knew the distribution of the stars and planets very well. They observed dozens of eclipses of the sun and moon. But they could not calculate the trajectories of their motion, or exactly predict future eclipses. Furthermore, they could not say why heavenly bodies moved and why eclipses occurred. Today students and even senior school pupils easily answer these questions, while astronomers can predict the motion not only of the separate planets with great accuracy, but also the motion of whole stellar systems, and can explain the physical processes taking place in distant stars. How has that come about? It has happened because modern science relies on scientific theories, and these theories make it possible to explain already existing phenomena and to predict new ones. There were no scientific theories in the time of the Babylonian astronomers, and they were still unable to create them. What is a scientific theory? A developed scientific theory is a system or chain of interconnected laws of science. The laws can be deduced, moreover, from other ones by means of the rules of logic and mathematical transformations. Through these transformations we ultimately obtain knowledge of phenomena of nature that exist at the moment or will exist in the future. A very simple 312 example of a scientific theory is that of the rotation of the planets around the Sun formulated by Kepler. It includes 3 laws expressed in mathematical form. An astronomer, having certain initial data at his disposal obtained from observations, no longer needs to make new observations, as the Babylonians did. He can put these data into formulas expressing Kepler's laws, make certain calculations, and say exactly where such and such a planet will be at a given moment. When the laws of classical dynamics and gravitation discovered by Newton are added to Kepler's laws, we get a new, more powerful theory, celestial mechanics, by which we can not only explain and predict the location of heavenly bodies but also indicate the causes of their motion, and so on. Theories can consequently embrace more or less broad fields of phenomena of the material world and provide very deep, reliable knowledge about them that enables us to get all the requisite information without resorting for the time being to complex, tiring observations. Scientific theories have other advantages as well. They give us instructions, as it were, and reliable rules for practical activity, and make it possible to systematize and classify the phenomena of the objective world. What do the laws contained in scientific theories owe these possibilities to? The point is that the laws of science are a reflection of the laws of objective reality. The laws of reality exist objectively, independently of whether they have been discovered by men or not. But we can only employ them, rely on them in our activity, and utilize them for the good of society, after they have been discovered, known, and formulated in the form of laws of science. Let me illustrate that by the example of Mendeleev's famous law. The periodic law of chemical elements reflects the objective, necessary interconnection of the physical structure and chemical properties of the atoms of the various elements. By relying on this law, we can explain the chemical properties of any element when we know its place in the table. And we can predict the properties of still unknown elements from this law. Mendeleev himself predicted the properties of aluminium, which was not yet known in his day. In our days, a group of Soviet scientists, basing themselves on Mendeleev's law and the theory of quantum mechanics, was able to create a new, artificial element that did not exist in nature, which they named Kurchatovium. Its properties and structure were explained and predicted in advance. The scientific theory 5. Moreover, gave an instruction, as it were, for the experimental activity to synthesize the new element. It would have been impossible in this case to use the method of trial and error, as people have for thousands of years to solve simple, ordinary problems. Modern discoveries can only be made by means of a serious scientific theory. It is impossible to create the controlled thermonuclear processes needed by power engineering without quantum mechanics and the special theory of relativity. Gene engineering and the creation of new biological species are impossible without theoretical molecular biology. A scientific theory thus facilitates and speeds cognition up tens and hundreds of times, makes our knowledge deeper and more reliable, and helps us build on it as the foundation of all our practical activity. That is why one of the greatest physicists of the 19th century, Ludwig Boltzmann, could say with every right that there was nothing more practical than a good theory. How are scientific theories and the laws composing them created? The most important form of the origin of scientific laws is a hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis differs from an ordinary guess, and presupposes that it should be well based on objective facts, observations, and experiments, and should correspond to already available, firmly established scientific achievements. Hypotheses can arise in two ways. First, it arises as a generalization of a more or less considerable number of accumulated observations that cannot, for some reason, be explained by former theories. Such hypotheses are called empirical generalizations. By observing marine tides 1,000 times, scientists long ago put forward the hypothesis that this phenomenon depended on the position of the moon. Subsequently, this hypothesis was checked from exact calculations and observations, and acquired the force of a scientific law. Second, a hypothesis arises as a scientist's theoretical guess or surmise, taking into account other firmly established laws and theories. In the general theory of relativity, for instance, a hypothesis was put forward that space changes its curvature in accordance with the mass of the moving bodies. For a long time it could not be tested since it was difficult to measure changes in its curvature in circumterrestrial space. But the exact landing of a Soviet space laboratory on Venus, calculated from this hypothesis, served as an argument for regarding this hypothesis as a firmly established objective law. The rise of hypotheses itself and the 314. Checking and choice of the truest and most exact of them, comes about through scientific observations and experiments. A hypothesis checked and confirmed by experiments and observations ceases to be treated as a simple guess and as a more or less truthful proposition. Scientists begin to regard it as a law of science, i.e., an objective truth that reflects stable, necessary links of studied reality itself. The conversion of a hypothesis into a law of science is an important step in scientific cognition of the world. And this conversion itself is only possible through practice, the essential elements of which are scientific observations and experiment. 511 Experiment and observation in scientific cognition. When an astronomer picks up radio waves or X-rays on a radio telescope coming from mysterious depths of space, he may discover a star or a cluster of stars invisible in an ordinary optical telescope. A biologist, by observing animals in the laboratory or in natural conditions, may discover previously unknown patterns of this behavior. Observation is based on a process of obtaining sense impressions and visual, oral, and other sensations. Much of the information that we obtain in ordinary life, at work, or in scientific research, is based on observations. But scientific observations differ qualitatively from everyday ones. They are made, for example, by means of special instruments and apparatus. According to a special program or plan, as a rule, and on previously chosen objects, they pursue a strictly defined aim, i.e., not a simple gathering of unconnected facts, but the collection of facts that will enable new hypotheses to be put forward, or ones previously advanced to be checked. They are often made on objects and processes, as a rule, that are not met in everyday life. Finally, the observations must conform to requirements of high accuracy and precision, reliability, etc. Yet, all the same, even the most complicated and exact scientific observations will not enable us to get to the very depth and essence of the phenomenon. Why? Any observation, even when made with the most accurate instruments, leaves the studied phenomenon in the form in which it exists in nature, without changing or transforming it. But in order to know the deep interconnections of any object, it is necessary to transform and alter it, and to find out how it behaves during the transforming process. For that the object has to be taken from its usual links and conditions, put into other conditions, and the regime of its activity altered, it has to 5. Be divided into parts, made to clash with other objects, and forced to work and operate in unexpected circumstances. That also constitutes the content of scientific experiment, or of experimental research. Experiment is consequently a special scientific form of practice. During an experiment, observations are no longer made passively, but actively, in the form of living contemplation. Since an experiment is mounted according to strictly established rules and with a preset aim, namely to confirm or refute a hypothesis and to obtain new facts for formulating new laws and theories, it is a most important means of scientific cognition and knowledge. It is customary to distinguish several forms of experiment. Exploratory, aimed at discovering new phenomena, new properties, or previously unknown links between phenomena. Testing or checking, whose aim is to confirm or refute a hypothesis and estimate its exactness. Constructive, during which new substances, new structures, or new materials are created or constructed that did not previously exist in nature. And control, whose aim is to check and adjust measuring instruments, apparatus, and instruments. All these types of experimental activity are quite often interwoven in one experiment. The launching of a space laboratory to Venus, for instance, made it possible to confirm the correctness of a number of propositions of the general theory of relativity, to discover new phenomena in the atmosphere and surface of the planet. In that connection, quite new devices and apparatus were made, and the precision and reliability of the operating apparatus were checked. A distinguishing feature of modern science is that experiment now finds broad application as a general scientific method of cognition, not only in the natural sciences and engineering but also in social life. In the conditions of scientific and technical progress, experimental methods of knowing and transforming reality have become broadly common in all areas of industry, agriculture, and management and administration. In the Soviet Union, scientifically organized experiments are more and more often being carried out in works and factories, agro-industrial complexes, and production associations so as to find or check new forms of work organization and management, to introduce new equipment and advanced technology. We find in that one of the most powerful mechanisms of the effect of 316. Science on social practice. And that explains why every conscious person needs to understand the role of experiment in cognition and practical activity. 512. Certain general scientific methods of cognition. Modern science is developing rapidly. It studies the most varied objects in nature and society, from elementary particles to stars, from living organisms to robots, from the mind of an individual to social transformations on the scale of all society. It leads to the formation and creation of new sciences, a process that is known as the differentiation of scientific knowledge. The differentiation of science is leading to the development of many various, specialized scientific methods of knowing. At the same time, there is a reverse process, namely, the integration of science, which is manifested in the laws and patterns discovered by some sciences finding application in others. Concepts formed in physics or chemistry are applied to study living organisms. Economic laws are employed to study the history of society, and the advances of psychology are taken into account when robots are being constructed, and so on. But the most important manifestation of the integration of science is the development and deepening of general scientific methods of cognition broadly employed and utilized in all forms of research. It is an important task of the theory of knowledge to study them. 1. Deductive and inductive methods of cognition. The laws, hypotheses, and theories of any science form a special level of knowledge known as theory. 5. Cal. Knowledge based on direct observation and experiment, i.e., on sense perception, forms another level of knowledge, the empirical. Between the theoretical and empirical levels of the knowledge of modern science there are very complex relations. The theories, hypotheses, and laws of modern physics, cybernetics, astronomy, biology, and other sciences are very abstract and cannot be expressed in visual, graphic models, concepts, and statements directly comparable with or applicable to sensually perceived phenomena. These forms of knowledge are usually expressed in complex symbolic form as mathematical equations and in abstract logical formulations. In order to apply them to reality and to check their truth, the theoretical level of knowledge has to be compared and confronted with the empirical level. The deductive method of cognition is employed for that. This method consists in the following. The main, initial laws and hypotheses of a theory are consistently transformed by means of strictly defined logical and mathematical rules. As a result of these transformations, a long chain or system of formulas, theorems, or propositions is obtained that express certain patterns or describe definite properties and connection of the objects studied. The process of constructing this derived knowledge from the initial basic laws and hypotheses is called deduction, and the knowledge obtained deductive. The deductive method makes it possible to obtain a vast set of corollaries by means of various logical and mathematical transformations from a relatively small number of basic propositions and laws of a theory. Unlike the initial theses, which lack visual representation, the corollaries are applicable to sense-perceived material reality, for which an empirical, i.e., sense-perceived meaning is given to them. For example, the variables contained in formulas are compared with the readings on the scales of certain instruments, with the readings of various electrical dials or displays, or with ordinary visual and acoustic observations, etc. The connection between the theoretical and empirical levels of knowledge is thus revealed by the deductive method and consequently with experiment, observation, and practice in the broadest sense. The basic laws of quantum mechanics, for instance, are not amenable to direct, unmediated application to reality itself and are not comparable with the results of experimental observations. The final conclusions obtained from them by mathematical transformations can be checked experimentally, and through that not only is the truth of these basic laws demonstrated but very broad practical application of them is found. While the deductive method makes it possible to pass from the theoretical to the empirical level of knowledge, the inductive method makes it possible to pass in the opposite direction. In practice, and in scientific observation and experiment, scientists accumulate a vast quantity of more or less similar facts relating to some phenomena of nature or social life. The question arises, can knowledge about the objective laws governing them be drawn from the separate, uncoordinated facts subject to chance effects and changes? The inductive method of constructing scientific knowledge is a kind of set of rules that make it possible to pass from sense observations and empirical knowledge about separate facts to theoretical knowledge of the laws underlying them and forming their essence. Application of the inductive method is associated with broad use in scientific cognition of mathematical statistics and the theory of probability, by which the probability of the development of some property in a whole series of experiments, etc., can be quantitatively estimated. If the degree of probability that the process or property will be stable is very high, the knowledge of them can be treated as a law of science. That is how the law of the distribution of energy in isolated physical systems, the Darwinian law of natural selection, and many other regularities and laws of modern science were discovered. By enabling one to pass from separate partial observations to more general theoretical knowledge, the inductive method plays an important role in the development of science. Outwardly, the deductive and inductive methods are opposite in direction, but inwardly they form a profound dialectical unity promoting rapid development of the whole system of scientific knowledge. 2. Analysis and synthesis. When scientists come to study a new object, they have only very general abstract knowledge of it as a rule, that reflects its separate properties and characteristics. This knowledge is not sufficient for deep understanding, let alone practical application of the studied phenomena or processes. In order to get all the requisite information about them and to discover the laws governing them, it is necessary to present the object as a special system. This system is then consecutively broken down, expanded into a number of subsystems of var. 5. ES levels, right down to separate elements. This process of consecutively breaking a system down into subsystems and elements, and studying these subsystems and elements step by step is called analysis. During it, information is accumulated about the separate properties and characteristics, parts, and elements of the studied object. But during it, the original, initial notion of the object as a kind of whole is lost, as it were. In order to get new, this time quite concrete and rich knowledge of the object, it is necessary to carry out a new stage of cognition, called synthesis. All the knowledge gathered during analysis is united and linked up by certain rules so that they reflect the properties, characteristics, relations, and connections between the subsystems and elements of the studied object most exactly and fully. When the uniting or synthesis of the knowledge is completed, we again get an integral notion and integral knowledge of the object. In contrast, however, to the original, initial knowledge, it is not abstract but concrete and provides a volume of information that makes it possible to alter and transform the studied objects, and to use them in practical activity to attain planned ends. The passage from analysis to synthesis can be repeated many times. Each new repetition of the procedure leads, as it were, to a new spiral of knowledge. The methods of cognition are repeated but at a new level of the dialectical spiral of cognition. 3. The logical and historical methods of cognition. Any, however complex system in nature and society can be examined from two angles. With the first approach, knowledge is treated as given and formulated, and to some extent complete. With the second, stress is put on studying the process of the object's development and formation. The first approach makes it possible to bring out the laws of the studied object's functioning or life activity, with the second, the objective laws of its development, forming, origin, and change are brought out and studied. The method of knowing or cognition that we employ in the first approach is known as logical. It consists in bringing out the basic, most important, essential features, properties and characteristics, and in consistent passage from the initial concepts that reflect these properties and features, to more complicated concrete concepts that provide us with fuller and more thorough knowledge of the studied phenomena. And 320. Processes. Use of this method helps us know the object as it is in its essential features when we are cognizing it. With the second approach, we reproduce the real process of historical development, step by step, which is far from always simple and straightforward. The historical method of knowing consists in consecutive, consistent examination and description of all the stages of the formation, development, and shaping of the studied phenomena or processes. It traces the whole spiral of the real, complex process of development in all its zigzags and retreats. The historical method is therefore very laborious and requires a great expenditure of energy and time. At the same time, it helps us answer many questions that the logical method cannot provide exhaustive answers to. These questions include that of the sequence and direction of the historical development of the studied objects. The logical and historical methods therefore do not oppose one another but rather supplement each other. When a doctor is studying the symptoms of an illness, for instance, he singles out its most important signs: change of temperature, change in the state of the blood, the presence of certain microorganisms, changes in the separate organs. In conclusion, he forms a diagnosis through a logical linking up and putting together of the facts obtained, i.e., he obtains quite concrete knowledge of the state of the patient's health and the illness. But this diagnosis alone is not sufficient for effective treatment. The doctor needs to know the history of the illness, the sequence of the appearance of the symptoms, the development of the separate manifestations of the illness, the changes in the various characteristics of the organism, how the patient feels, and so on. Only by supplementing the knowledge previously obtained by this historical information can the doctor finally make his diagnosis more precise and prescribe effective treatment. Furthermore, the treatment itself calls for constant examination of the course of the patient's improvement in its development, dynamics, and changes. The logical and historical methods of cognition dialectically supplement each other, as well, in the study of various social phenomena. When we are studying the contemporary economy of some country, for instance, we first of all try to bring out its structure, to analyze its main relations of production, to examine the main components of the economy, the most important sectors of the economy, and 5. The weight of new technologies. This research is carried out in the context of a logical approach that makes it possible to distinguish the main centers of the economic system, and their connections, interaction, reciprocal influence, etc. In order to answer why such and such a situation has built up in a country, what are the trends and perspectives of its development, why it differs in certain indicators from the economies of other countries, it is necessary to adopt the historical approach and examine in detail the origin of all the components of the economy in the course of their rise, establishment, weakening, or strengthening of the separate elements in the near and more distant future. The logical and historical methods are closely connected and mutually supplement one another. By singling out the main structural components and connections in an economic system, the logical method indicates what mechanisms of the system precisely must be historically analyzed, what precisely is most important in the historical research for understanding today's economic situation. The historical method, however, by examining the sequence and causal connections of the rise of this economic system, and its transition from earlier states to the present one, helps us to understand the patterns brought out by the logical analysis better, and to explain the specific features and peculiarities of this economic situation. There is thus a profound interlink between the logical and the historical methods. The former helps bring out the main key moments subject to historical study, and the latter helps concretize, refine, and supplement the results of the former. 513 Models and Modeling in Scientific Cognition. One of the most common methods of cognition employed in modern science is modeling. What are models and modeling? The word model means a plan or design, or three-dimensional representation, but that in itself explains little, because the concept model has acquired a special meaning in science. Objects are very often not amenable to investigation. They may be too big, or expensive, too complicated, or not available. In that case, another object is made or found that is similar in some essential respect to the object or process of interest, i.e., a substitute or surrogate object. If this object can be studied, and the results obtained then applied with the appropriate corrections and adjustments to the object of 322. Interest and employed to cognize the latter, it is called a model. The process of creating or choosing a model, studying it, and applying the results obtained to cognize the main object, is called modeling. Anthropoid apes are similar in many respects to man. Scientists long ago discovered that the rhesus blood of the species of macaque monkeys is similar to that of man. By studying its blood they discovered special properties named the rhesus factor. Basing themselves on the similarity of the blood, they applied the results obtained to human blood and discovered similar properties in it. In this case the monkey's blood was a model of human blood. In engineering, the making and study of a model often precedes making of the original or prototype so as to avoid many mistakes and difficulties in constructing the latter. Before a huge power station is built, a scale technical model of it is made and a series of experiments carried out with it. The data obtained are then taken into account when the station is being designed. In these examples the role of model was played by quite material objects. But in modern science so-called ideal models are finding broad application. They include, for example, so-called mental experiments. Before starting a very complex, expensive experiment, a scientist may create a whole set of the requisite instruments in his imagination, and perform or play various actions with them, sometimes also employing blueprints, drawings, and diagrams as auxiliary means. Only after doing that does he either abandon the real experiment or start on practical realization of it. Mathematical modeling is a variety of models and modeling. In it, instead of material objects and processes being taken as the surrogate object, a system of mathematical equations is used. By substituting various numerical data obtained from observations and experiments in these equations, and solving them, scientists can correctly evaluate the quantitative characteristics of various processes and foresee difficulties that may arise in practice. The broad application of mathematical models in all spheres of modern science, especially in engineering and the theory of control, poses the question of the role of mathematics in scientific knowledge. 514 The application of mathematics and modern science. 5. Instead of using a measuring rod to measure the area of a rectangular field, we can just measure two of its perpendicular sides and then by multiplying the figures obtained together, calculate the area of the field in a jiffy. The significance and application of mathematics in science, engineering, and practical activity rest on the fact that by various means of measurement we can ascribe certain numbers to material objects and their properties, and then, instead of laborious manipulations with the objects, operate with the numbers according to certain mathematical rules. We can again apply the numbers obtained to the material objects and use them to know the other properties and features of the objects. The dialectical connection of quantity and quality are distinctly manifested in that mathematics makes it possible within certain limits to characterize the infinitely varied qualitative features of things through their quantitative characteristics. And since the latter can be described by means of mathematical rules expressed in formulas and equations that are relatively clear-cut, simple, and clear, the process of knowing objective reality is simplified, speeded up, and facilitated. Mathematics has begun to penetrate many branches of science in our day. Scientists now employ increasingly complex abstractions that cannot be reduced to sense images, and so the laws and theories have to be formulated by means of complicated mathematical equations. Since the middle of the 20th century, computers have been developed very rapidly, and now make it possible to perform very complex calculations rapidly and reliably by means of previously written programs, and to solve problems that are either simply too difficult for a person or too laborious. Mathematics is based on rigorously proved theorems and rules that are objective truths, do not depend on anyone's will, and therefore make it possible to obtain definite knowledge about the world around us. But just as quantity cannot be divorced from and counterposed to quality, so mathematical methods of cognition cannot be divorced from the qualitatively varied methods of the different sciences. Only a unity of all the methods of contemporary scientific knowledge guarantees them objective truth and increasing influence on scientific and technical advance. 324. 515 Science and Society. All forms of social consciousness have a definite influence on the development of society. At the same time, it is necessary, in the conditions of scientific and technical progress, in order to solve the various problems connected with growth of the productive forces and protection of the environment, improvement of medical care, increase in the prosperity of socialist society, etc., to rely primarily on the advances of science. That is why it is so important to understand the place and role of science in modern society. Around 300 years ago, the English satirist Jonathan Swift very ironically depicted contemporaneous science. Describing Lemuel Gulliver's voyage to the island of Laputa, he created a gallery of eccentric savants who tried to trap sunlight by means of green cucumbers so as to use it later for heating, and were engaged in making cloth from cobweb and constructing metal plates and wire machines capable of doing mental work. The attitude to science has radically changed in our day, not just because it really has discovered the law of the interaction of sunlight and green plants, learned to make fibers finer and 1,000 times stronger than cobweb, and build computers capable of lightening mental work, but mainly because scientific and technical advance has begun to be increasing through the introduction of its results. Science itself has been converted in our day into a field of the mass production of knowledge. Research has become one of the most expensive and labor-intensive forms of human activity. Society, spending vast sums on building powerful particle accelerators and various instruments and devices, and on training scientists, has a right to expect great practical results from science. The role of science in modern society does not boil down to its promoting the development of engineering and technical progress. Socialist society relies on the knowledge created by the social sciences to tackle the most 325 important social and economic problems. The administration and direction of developed society calls for profound knowledge of economics, psychology, sociology, and the theory of morals. Accelerated development of the productive forces and the achieving of very high labor productivity remain most important tasks during the whole period of the development of socialist society and its transition to communism. At the same time, this process is impossible without perfecting social and individual consciousness, and without all-round development of culture. A firm scientific foundation is also needed, based on a materialist understanding of social development and the theory of scientific socialism. Modern science is thus exerting a powerful influence on the shaping of all intellectual culture, on the perfecting of social consciousness, and all-round development of the personality. That applies not only to the social but also to the natural and technical sciences, and their special role in socialist society is exhibited in just that. Science is now acquiring a complex character. In order to tackle technical, economic, and management tasks, big scientific teams consisting of scientists of various specialties have to be drawn on. Integration of knowledge is not limited to strengthening the links between the various sciences. Because of the rapid development of education and its general accessibility in the USSR, scientific knowledge is beginning to penetrate all forms of social consciousness. The artist who wants to paint a picture of some great battle and the novelist writing a story about the war, has to turn to history. The history resorts to physical methods in order to determine the exact date of ancient monuments by means of isotope analysis. The social sciences, especially economics, history, and sociology, directly reflect social being. By discovering objective laws of the development of society, they create the basis for conscious participation of the masses in history. That participation itself is only possible when broad strata of the working people master and apply the fundamentals of the social sciences in practice. Social consciousness is no longer molded spontaneously in socialist society, as in the preceding formations, but is formed on a firm scientific basis, and an active influence is exerted on it not only by the social sciences, but also by the natural sciences that reflect nature, and the technical sciences that develop rules and laws for constructing technical. 326. Devices. The results obtained by these sciences broaden our notions of the universe, and of the relation and unity of animate and inanimate nature, and deepen our knowledge of the interaction of nature and society. They are included in the system of the world outlook and promote a better substantiation of the materialist view of man's place in the world, and awareness of the meaning and purpose of his activity. Science, being now a productive force, is at the same time vigorously interacting with other fields of society's life. It therefore has to be approached dialectically. On the one hand, it is the highest form of knowledge and a reflection of objective reality, on the other, it is becoming part, through scientific and technical advance, of the system of material production. This unity of opposites is a powerful source of its development. Philosophy constitutes the methodological and world outlook basis of scientific knowledge. That is why mastery of the fundamentals of scientific knowledge, and furthermore active involvement in scientific research, calls for profound, creative mastery of the philosophy of dialectical materialism. The perfecting of science itself largely depends on perfecting the methods of research. The theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, by thoroughly studying the dialectics of scientific knowledge, promotes development of its methodology. The profound link of philosophy, and especially of the theory of knowledge, with the development of science is confirmed by the whole history of the relationship of philosophical and scientific knowledge. In those countries and periods where science rapidly developed, the philosophical theory of knowledge and its methods were also developed and perfected. That is understandable. The more rapidly science develops, the greater are the difficulties, surprises, and problems that arise in its way, and the more often scientists have to ponder over the very essence of knowledge, the conditions and 5. Criteria of its truths, and how to perfect and refine scientific knowledge. At the same time, a general decline of science and culture is usually accompanied with a lowering of the standard of philosophical research and investigations. The state of philosophical thought and the standard of development of the methodological problems of scientific cognition are a kind of barometer indicating in what direction and at what rates the natural, social, and technical sciences are developing. Chapter 6. Man and Society. 601. A chat on the essence of man and the sense of life. Let us begin this concluding chapter with a conversation, this time between reader, who has worked through all the preceding material, and philosopher who takes his stand on dialectical materialism. R. At the beginning of the book you said that knowledge of philosophy, above all of Marxist philosophy, is necessary in order to understand the essence of man, his place in the modern world, and the sense and purpose of his life, and so as to understand the most acute problems of the present day. D.M. Quite true. And we have really constantly discussed these problems. In the first chapter, for example, we looked at the main, basic question of philosophy, that of the relation of consciousness to matter. For that is essentially a question of man's relation to the world as a whole. In the second chapter we continued the discussion, examining the relation of social being and social consciousness, of people's material production and spiritual activity. In the third chapter we saw the relation of human society to nature. Finally, having studied the laws of dialectics and become acquainted with the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, we are ready to understand other unresolved questions. R. Let's try and deal with them then. What is the essence of man, for instance? What is the sense of his life? Why does man live? It's extremely difficult to find answers to those questions. D.M. What makes it difficult, in your opinion, to answer them? R. There are several billion people in the world, we know. 5. Living in different countries, people of various nationality and race, men and women, old and young, members of different classes and social groups. They have different educations and upbringings, different characters and aims, and they understand life and their place in it differently. In that case, can we speak in general of some single essence of man? What kind of in the least degree common aims can there be talk about, or of the sense of life, when we take even two different people, let alone society as a whole? D.M. Your question contains the possibility of a mistake. These differences are so great, in your opinion, that you don't admit the existence of common aims, or of any kind of general, common sense of life for social groups and classes. You suggest that there is no common essence of man, or nothing that could unite people. That is just as extreme as to think that all people are the same, that they are little impersonal, social screws. But there is a dialectical unity of the general, particular, and individual. Our philosophy does not aim to prescribe all their personal goals to people or their each separate action, and so on. Man and society are a dialectical unity, so that these questions can only be answered provided we recognize the difference and community of people, the interconnection of personal and social interests, the interdependence of social and personal activity. Only with an approach like that can we understand what the essence of man is, and what is the sense of his life. R. So what is this essence? D.M. The history of philosophy has given many different answers on that score. Greek philosophers, for example, thought the essence of man was that he was a microcosm in himself, that is a tiny, living, moving world that repeated the world around him, the macrocosm, in reduced form as it were. But the development of science since has shown that man's life activity is governed by laws of social development, while the external world develops according to the laws of nature. Life refuted the antique Greek understanding of the essence of man. Medieval Christian philosophy saw his essence in his divine origin, in the fact that he had a soul. But the soul was created by God once and for all, while people are quite different. They feud, and fight, and perform the most ungodly, anti-divine deeds. Their way of life, tastes and views, and the very understanding of life, moreover, have altered from age to age. The Christian. 334. conception of the essence of man has also not stood the test of time. Bourgeois philosophers, despite the diversity of their views, come down to seeing the essence of man and his main aim in domination over nature and other people. R. Then what is the sense of life and the supreme manifestation of humanity? DM. The overwhelming majority of people are working people and, in the conditions of antagonistic society, are exploited. They do not make profits, do not draw benefits from this domination. Furthermore, it debases and degrades man, and destroys and disrupts nature. Domination, and the making of profit at any price, consequently cannot be the essence and sense of life for most people. They only define the essence and aims of a handful of exploiters. R. So how does Marxist philosophy understand the essence of man and the aim and sense of his life? DM. Marxist philosophy assumes that man is primarily a social creature. He arose and became differentiated from the animal kingdom through labor. His actions, aims, views, and intentions are ultimately determined by the social relations in which he lives, and above all by the relations of production. R. If the essence of the people of a given age is determined by social relations, shouldn't all the people, at least in a given society, be as like as twins? Why then do people differ in behavior, tastes, views, life aims, and character? DM. Don't forget that one and the same essence may be differently displayed, since the conditions for that are always different. The essence of all diamonds is the same, and is determined by their consisting of ions of carbon incorporated in certain crystal lattices. In nature, however, there are no two absolutely identical diamonds. They differ in size, color, transparency, shape, the presence of cracks, and so on, even if only slightly. That is because of their having been formed in different conditions. Surely people are a billion times more complex and diverse. The manifestation of human essence is personality. And there are no two people with wholly identical personalities. R. But what is personality? What determines it? DM. It depends primarily on the essence of man, i.e., on historically changing social relations. The personality of one age, or belonging to one class, therefore differs essentially. 5. From the individual of another age or class. Attitude to work, to one's class, family, and school upbringing, and standard of education, and how well informed a person is, and how developed his/her capacities are, affect the molding of a personality. It is also affected by one's temperament, the attitude of other people to one's self-estimation, etc., etc. Therefore, while there is a common essence, every individual is original, and inimitable. The dialectic of the general, particular, and individual comes out in that. R. So it follows that, in order to understand each concrete individual, we must not only know his/her essence as a social and historical being, but also the details of his/her life, the peculiarities and features of his/her upbringing, biographical details, and so on. DM. Quite true. R. There is a new question here. Social relations, and so also the essence of man, alter from age to age. This essence is displayed, moreover, in billions of different individuals, and they all have different aims, and a different attitude to life. Can we then speak of a single sense and aim of life for humanity, or at least for our age? DM. Of course we can. And this supreme aim is to achieve the freedom of each individual and of society as a whole. R. What will this freedom give us? DM. It gives us the chance of a full-blooded, i.e., a creative life, and full self-realization. R. But why are creativity and a creative life so important? And what is self-realization? DM. Any process of development, as you know. 336. Is the origin of the new. In nature, the creation of new continents, mountains, or rivers took millions, or hundreds of thousands of years. The creation of new species of plants or animals also took thousands or hundreds of years. Modern man creates artificial rivers and lakes, and changes the landscape in a matter of years and months. We have learned in a short time to create new species of living organisms with properties planned in advance. Creativity is also conscious, purposive creation of the new in the interests of man and to meet his material and intellectual needs. People have always been creative, but generally it has been spontaneous. In exploiter societies, moreover, it was the lot of a few and not always to the benefit of mankind. Millions of people worked, governed by need, and someone else's will, for aims they did not understand. Their inborn capacities were undeveloped or developed in a one-sided way. The level of the productive forces, way of life, and character of the relations of production did not allow people to realize their intentions, capacities, hopes, and ideals in the course of material labor and social life. The objective conditions for that did not in general exist. Self-realization is, in fact, a process of realization and embodiment in material objects and spiritual values, and in a person's life itself, of engineering and technical ideas, moral and artistic standards, and ideals of a just social system. It is inseparable from creativity and, moreover, from creative consciousness. Such creativity is only possible given real, genuine freedom, which is only attainable through the long, complex development of mankind. But if people are free and each can understand life in his/her own way, pursue his/her aims, etc., won't that lead to endless clashes? One person may want to write music for self-realization, and pound the piano from morning to night, but that music may disturb and interfere with someone else, who needs complete quiet in order to solve a mathematical problem. What will humanity gain as a whole if everyone is occupied in self-realization and acts freely without allowing for others? In society, too, after all, there will also be unpleasant, arduous, uncreative work. 12-10-19. 5. D.M. U of muddling anarchy and true freedom. Whoever acts to the detriment of others, or of society, cannot be free. And in order to understand what will benefit mankind from the creative labor and self-realization of each of its members, and what the individual will gain thereby, let us get a more detailed understanding of all these questions, and let us begin with what freedom and necessity are. 602 Freedom and necessity. The question of what freedom is and whether man can be free is one of the eternal ones of philosophy. It is a manifestation of the basic question, that of man's relation to the external world. The philosophical concept of freedom must not be confused with the Philistine notion of freedom. For the Philistine, to be free means to act arbitrarily, according to one's will, to satisfy any desire. Is such freedom possible? Assume that someone in a burning desert wants immediately to bathe in a cooling stream. The wish is impossible because the person has not taken objective necessity and the real conditions into consideration. Assume that another person wants to fly like a bird. However much he flaps his arms like wings, he cannot overcome gravity. Here, too, objective reality comes into conflict with his desire. But does that mean that man is always the slave of necessity, that he cannot overcome it and act according to his desires? The Greek philosophers thought freedom was only allowed to gods. Man was a toy in their hands. He was a slave of his passions and of external necessity. That view reflected the level of social development when man was weak and helpless in the struggle with nature's elemental forces and class exploitation. Christian divines and philosophers considered that man could be free, but understood freedom in a very limited way. In their view it consisted in the possibility of choice between two paths, either to perform deeds pleasing to God, and as a reward to go to paradise, or to perform acts pleasing to the devil, and as a punishment to go to hell. 338. The Dutch materialist thinker of the 17th century, Baruch Spinoza, considered that necessity prevailed in nature. Man, possessing reason, was able to know this necessity, and so become free. Freedom, according to Spinoza, was recognized necessity. Is that so? Is it enough to recognize objective necessity in order to overcome it, to cease to depend on it, and to become free? Wishes are no use to make a pond suitable for bathing to appear in a hot desert. It is necessary to carry out certain irrigation works, to build canals and irrigation ditches, to find sources of water, and to leam to preserve and distribute the moisture. And for that it is necessary in turn to know the laws of nature, to choose a correct building plan, and to take well-grounded decisions. But decisions and schemes alone are not sufficient. It is necessary to do a vast amount of work and to make the chosen scheme reality. Only then will man be freed from scorching heat and realize his wish. It is not enough to wish in order to fly. A host of various necessities and objective laws operate in the world. Apart from the law of gravity, there are also laws of the resistance of air to moving bodies. We cannot free ourselves from any of these laws, or from any of these necessities. But, when we recognize objective necessities, we can overcome the operation of one of them by relying on the other. That is what the constructors of aircraft do, utilizing the force of air resistance to overcome the force of gravity. But knowledge just of necessity is not enough. When relying on knowledge, it is important to take a correct decision, to choose the most successful design and construction, and in practice to build an aircraft. Only then can we freely move in the air. The Marxian conception of freedom is thus not reducible just to knowing necessity. It links that with people's practical activity. To be free means to know how to cognize objective necessity, and, relying on that knowledge, to work out correct aims, to take and select substantiated decisions, and to carry out same in practice. Engels therefore stressed that freedom did not consist in imaginary independence of objective necessity, 18:2. 5. But in knowing how to take decisions with knowledge of it. 1. In that sense, man can only be free as a social being. It is impossible to be free outside society. A completely isolated person, even when he is able to cognize objective necessity, can hardly realize the wisest decision. Rebutting bourgeois thinkers who considered that man should be emancipated above all from obligations to society, Lenin wrote, "One cannot live in society and be free from society." 1920. The freedom of each separate individual is consequently achieved only in certain historical conditions, and precisely when all society is free. What are these conditions? In antagonistic formations, two great compulsory forces, two types of external necessity, hold sway over man. He depends on natural necessity, and on social necessity. The latter is manifested in the historical conditionality of exploitation. The exploited cannot be free because they do not have the material and spiritual opportunities to satisfy their needs. The exploiters, however, while disposing of material wealth and political power, possess a certain degree of freedom, but it, too, is very limited, primarily to the context of private property. In order to be free, in fact, it is necessary to know historical necessity, to take a correct decision, and to carry it out. But historical necessity ultimately leads to the abolition of private property, and consequently comes into conflict with the interests of the dominant classes that rely on it. Consequently, they too cannot fully know this necessity and are forced to take decisions and to act in contradiction to it, and so are unable to be truly free. In exploiter societies, including capitalist society, real freedom is thus impossible. The working people are not free from exploitation and absence of the material and spiritual conditions for all-round development of the individual. The exploiters, too, are not free from the political and legal limitations they themselves have created, needed to defend and consolidate the private property belonging to them. Freedom, consequently, is a historical phenomenon. It was impossible to be free in knowledge alone, in thought, and in fantasy. That is not real freedom. It is subjective freedom, i.e., an abstract possibility of genuine freedom. Real freedom is only possible given the appropriate objective conditions. These conditions are created with the transition to communism. The whole period of building socialism is a process of steady growth of freedom for each member of society and consequently for all society. The free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, Marx and Engels proclaimed in the Manifesto of the Communist Party. 1. The attainment of freedom for everyone and for society as a whole calls for fulfillment of the following very important conditions, and above all of a powerful material and technical basis. That is possible only when the advances of scientific and technical progress are united with the advantages of socialism. The development of the productive forces must be raised to a level that ensures maximum freeing of man from heavy, exhausting labor and from dependence on nature. That will create the conditions for getting a full, all-round education and flowering of everybody's capacities, which in turn will significantly increase the opportunities for satisfying everybody's material and spiritual needs. At the same time, it will open up unforeseen prospects for further creative transformations and improvement of all social life. The development of people's conscientiousness, a deep understanding of the proper relation between personal and social interests, and the forming of rational wants and needs, self-discipline, mutual respect, and strict observance of moral standards and law and order, are no less important. Freedom is unattainable in general without this condition. Freedom is only possible if every person is capable of restricting his/her actions and intentions independently, without outside coercion so as not to limit the freedom of others. Until this level of conscientiousness has been achieved, the functions of regulation of social relations will continue to be performed not only by the citizens themselves but also by various social organizations and institutions. As people's conscientiousness increases, these functions will be increasingly performed voluntarily by society's members themselves. This is why the all-round development of conscientiousness is a most important requisite for achieving freedom by society at large and by every individual. Insofar as these two conditions can only be achieved in the period of the transition to communism, Marx, Engels, and Lenin had every reason to consider that period as transition from the 5. Kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. The attaining of freedom in the sense that Marxist-Leninists understand it, is consequently the historical goal of mankind, because only a free person living in a free society can display all his/her creative powers in fact and in practice for his/her own and other people's good. When these creative forces are needed, not for waging war and not to achieve selfish aims, but for unlimited development of the individual's capacities and improvement of human life, then the kingdom of freedom will be created. But it will arise, not in spite of historical necessity, but through it, through overcoming the contradiction between freedom and necessity created by the development of antagonistic socio-economic formations. 603. The role of the individual and of the masses in the development and life of society. The ideologues of exploiter classes have always claimed that freedom and creation could only be the birthright of the chosen few, and that the majority of the people, contemptuously called the mob, were only capable of obeying and fulfilling the designs of eminent personalities, the creators of history and culture, by their forced labor. Freedom and creativity were thus matters closely linked with the role of the individual and of the masses in the making of history. Can we, in fact, regard history as a process of the growth of human freedom, if this freedom is available only to individual persons? Can we consider that the regular transition from the realm of necessity to that of freedom means that the latter allows only individuals to display their creative talents, while the broad masses remain just the background for them, simple performers of their will and designs? When answering that Marx, Engels, and Lenin stressed that communist society was the real realm of freedom for all, and that historical development should lead the broad masses, the real creators of history, to freedom. The concept people, or masses, is itself different in the different socio-economic formations. In antagonistic societies the people are by no means the whole population of a country or state, but only the most considerable part of it. They are primarily the working masses who create all material wealth and the material culture of society. The people's role in the making of history is 342. Determined by their constituting society's main productive force, and being in that sense the real makers of history. But the activity of the masses is not confined just to material production. The working people also create the foundations of spiritual culture, folk art, folk architecture, and building. They develop national languages, are the bearers and creators of most important spiritual values, of a conscientious attitude to work, patriotism, national self-consciousness, and so on. At the same time, the masses differ in their level of creative activity in different historical eras. When we read books on the history of society, visit art galleries, listen to great musical works, we constantly come across the names of outstanding personalities, statesmen, generals, artists, and musicians. The names of the millions of simple working people are unknown. It is on just such facts that bourgeois ideologues rely who claim that history is made by eminent individuals, and that the people are only the passive material of history. Matters are not like that in fact. Among the millions of ordinary working people who have remained nameless, there were many highly gifted and talented people whose talents did not get developed and applied as they should have been, just because antagonistic society did not need their capabilities on the one hand, and did not allow them to develop, and stifled excess talents, on the other. But why was that? Surely the dominant classes could have gained, and benefited, from development of the capacities of all the working people? It transpires that this development of capacities was not only unnecessary in class, antagonistic societies, but, which is much more important, incompatible with exploiter modes of production, since the social activity and creativity of the masses increased their revolutionary spirit, self-consciousness, and resistance to exploitation. That is why the dominant classes prevent development of the broad masses' real creative capacities. That is why the history of antagonistic formations has only preserved the names of a few outstanding people for us. To some extent the working people, even when they are engaged in forced, exhausting, and monotonous work, always create something new. But their activity is limited by the level of development of the productive forces and the form of the dominant relations of production. Even in conditions of relatively rapid development of machine production under capitalism, the workers were simple appendages of the 5 machines. Their inventiveness, rationalizing activity, organizational capacities, and creative initiative were only supported when they brought additional profit. In the conditions of exploiter society, therefore, the initiative and creativity of the masses are restrained by the conditions of social being. At sharp turning points of history, however, as antagonistic contradictions sharpen, and during social revolutions, the conscious political activity of the masses rises steeply. And each time that leads to qualitative growth of public and political activity, which is confirmed by the history of the revolutionary and national liberation movement in all countries. Outstanding political leaders, generals, thinkers, production organizers, etc., have been thrown up from the people themselves. We thus come to the conclusion that there are quite definite objective relations between the masses and individual personalities in history. Historical materialism does not deny the role of the individual in history and public affairs. In opposition to subjective idealists who suggest that outstanding personalities determine the fate and destiny of peoples by virtue of their high talents, and direct the development of culture by their will, while the masses are only performers of their designs, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism considers that individuals can have a marked influence on the course of social events in quite definite conditions. What are these conditions? Such and such a figure can influence the course of historical events if he/she very deeply and faithfully reflects the interests of a certain class or social group, and knows how to organize the struggle of the masses for certain aims, and if he/she relies on the support of certain social forces and, moreover, of all the people. Such a personality can leave a definite mark on the development of society when his/her activity and the products of his/her creativity most deeply reflect the needs of the time and suggest ways of tackling unresolved problems. Now we can appraise the role of the individual in history more exactly. Such and such an outstanding public figure can be considered progressive when he/she expresses the interests of advanced, progressive classes and forces of society, and devotes his/her life to realizing progressive social ideals. The individual's real historical progressiveness is determined by how far he/she furthers solution of the real socio-historical. 344. Tasks facing a given nation or state, on the decision of which society's gradual development depends. A person who promotes human freedom, the attainment of high social justice, improvement of the habitat, achievement of the ideals of humanism, development of democracy, and understanding of the truth, is progressive. Such people can also have a marked and sometimes very significant effect on historical progress. But a rigid, unequivocal division of all historical personages into progressives and reactionaries would be too primitive. All people, including public leaders, are complicated and ambiguous, often change their positions and views, and behave differently in different historical situations. Actual social activity is also the true criterion here of truth, and the basis for a proper appraisal. We see that the counterposing of the individual to the masses is itself the product of that stage of social development when there are not the objective, economic, social, and cultural conditions for an active creative life and full self-realization of everybody. In the conditions of antagonistic formations, of course, the working people are not completely depersonalist and are not completely similar cogs in a gigantic social machine. But their individual capacities and inborn qualities are not fully developed but are crushed and killed by exploitation, hard conditions of life, and lack of opportunities for harmonious all-round development. Harmonious development of the individual is impossible in modern capitalist society, because that society is itself inharmonious. For each person and each worker to be able to develop to the full as a rich, all-round individual, social reforms have to be carried out leading to the kingdom of freedom. 604. The individual and the masses in socialist society. Socialism is shaped and molded in tough, and often protracted struggle. But, having arisen and become consolidated, it is opening up quite new opportunities for development of the individual. The decisive factor of social development under socialism is also the masses of the people. It is through their revolutionary creativity that new forms of life are being formed, a new social system, a new culture and new relations between people. The opponents of socialism, in trying to present it in an unfavorable light, constantly assert that the drive toward all possible development of the masses. 5. Revolutionary creativity makes socialist society a mass society in which there is no place for brilliant individuals and for the development of individuality. If the masses are the decisive force in production, social and political life and all social reforms, and if the guiding force is communist and workers' parties, the individual, they say, does not play any more significant role in that society than a cog in the work of a big factory. Therefore the socialist formation provides nothing good for brilliant, original, personalities. Their arguments, however, are quite untrue theoretically and in practice. The masses, i.e., the broad layers of the working people, are the decisive force of all history and of all socio-economic formations. Their role, functions, and structure, and their relations with the individual in antagonistic formations are nevertheless qualitatively different from what exists under socialism. Two models are possible here. The first model is that the brilliant, original personality or group of such personalities constitute a special elite, a stratum of the elect who guide and lead the rest of the people who form the masses, impose cultural notions, tastes, stereotypes of life, patterns of behavior on them, and lead them along the chosen path to goals they themselves have determined, like a shepherd leading his flock. The other model is that the human collective itself, the masses themselves consist of brilliant, original, independent, personalities of broad outlook and education. Each of these individuals is involved in developing social and political aims, in accordance with his/her capacities and preferences, and in the creation of cultural values and the shaping of the way of life and standards of behavior. In the first case we have a collective of faceless, average, uniform individuals, interchangeable, and not representing great social value. In the second case we have an aggregate of brilliant, energetic, all-round developed people who aspire to the fullest self-realization, with allowance for the common interests, moral standards, and social justice. It is this second model that is the image of the relationship of the masses and individuals under socialism. It does not follow, however, that this second model begins to operate immediately in socialist society just as soon as it is formed and consolidated, and that everybody automatically becomes a brilliant, bold, all-round developed, freely thinking. 346. Creative personality. Everything is much more complicated in real life. People take part in socialism with their individual peculiarities, group interests, and patterns of behavior inherited from the past. Because of social inertia, they still pass on their views, habits, way of life and behavior for a long time to the rising generations, bringing them up in their own image and likeness. The molding and development of the socialist individual and the creation of a truly socialist personality, and, moreover, not a separate individual but a mass of free, creative, conscious individuals who respect one another and the rules of social life is therefore not a simple or easy business. It calls for no little effort and a struggle against those who consciously or unconsciously prevent movement ahead, and block the forming of everyone's active life position. The smugness, complacency, and short-sightedness, conservatism and bureaucracy of some of the leadership of Soviet society, for instance, led from the mid-1970s to a slowing down of growth rates, a retarding of socio-economic development, and a lag in science. For a number of reasons, difficulties and dialectical contradictions thus arose in socialist society, that it is taking great efforts and perseverance to overcome. Everyone who criticizes an unsatisfactory state of affairs, uncovers shortcomings, tries to alter the existing order of things and to activate and improve all kinds of production, social, political, and intellectual activity, excites an unfriendly, ill-disposed attitude among conservatives. The molding and activity of an individual who aspires to realize the ideals of socialism, involves struggle, without which there cannot be movement ahead. Only a society in which each individual is free and utilizes freedom for the good of society, and consequently for his/her own good, can be free and thriving. That is why recognition of the growing role of the broad masses under socialism not only does not rule out creation of the requisite conditions and guarantees for maximum development of everyone's capabilities and personal characteristics, but on the contrary presupposes and demands it. The more brilliant, dedicated, selfless, high-principled, gifted, talented people there are in society, the more society itself will benefit from that. 605 Socialist democracy and communist education. Attainment of the ideal of socialism presupposes realization of supreme justice and fairness in the distribution. 5. Of material and spiritual goods, full observance of law and order and legality, observance of all the rights of man. In socialist society, politics and education are the most important instruments by which these aims are achieved. But the instruments do not operate of themselves. At the center of political and educational activity stands man, the human being. But hasn't man always, and in all societies, been engaged in political activity, and in the upbringing of people like himself, and especially of the rising generation? What is there new in this sense under socialism? In antagonistic societies, political initiative, and also the main educational function, are in the hands of the dominant classes. Their spokesmen are the subject and active force of this activity. The masses are the passive object, the field so to say, that the representatives of the dominant elite plow and sow as they think best. The distinguishing feature of socialism is just that in it very broad strata of the working people are at once the subject and the object of political activity and education. They themselves govern society and develop the standards of social behavior. The instrument of this new order of things is socialist democracy. In Greek, democracy means rule of the people. Such modes of organizing power and authority in which the broad masses elect the politicians and leaders who head the state and make the laws, are usually called democratic. In the little states that existed in ancient Greece, all the free adult members of society took part in the election of various officials and judges who enforced the laws, administered justice, directed the everyday business of the state and its defense, and conducted international affairs. In the old city-states, laws were also adopted by universal vote, but one must remember in that connection that democracy then had a limited, class character, since slaves did not take part in it, being deprived of the right to vote or be elected. In modern states, democracy operates through a system of representatives who are selected on the basis of certain laws, and whom the voters entrust in the intervals between general elections with the making of laws, control over the executive branch, and discussion of all problems of interest to society. Such, for example, is the structure of contemporary capitalist democracy. In reality, however, such democracies only 348. Formally grant all citizens equal rights and an allegedly equal share in the exercise of power. The formal legal equality before the law, and the equal rights and duties of members of society are reduced to naught in fact by economic inequality and the existence of rich and poor. The mass media, election campaigns, and public opinion are in the hands of those who have powerful material and financial resources at their disposal. Only under socialism are the conditions for real equality created for the first time, and not just formal legal equality, but social and economic equality, for all members of society. It does not follow, however, that the establishing of real people's power proceeds smoothly in all socialist countries, without difficulties, without deviations, and without separate cases of breach of socialist justice. The strength and advantage of socialist society, however, is that it is capable of critically recognizing mistakes and deviations from the ideals of socialism and of overcoming them and rooting them out. This cannot happen, however, without a struggle between the supporters of progress and conservatives, between the defenders of democracy and bureaucrats. It is in this struggle, however, that real political convictions are built up, and political, democratic consciousness consolidated. In the USSR, members of the Supreme Legislature and local authorities are supposed to report to their electors according to the existing legislation and the Constitution. If elected representatives do not fulfill the voters' will or defend their interests adequately or satisfactorily, do not uphold democratic precepts, and do not fight for social justice, the electorate has the right to recall them and elect new people. During the election campaign, various social organizations and work collectives can nominate candidates with different points of view on how the interests of the people should be defended and on how the most pressing, urgent social problems should be tackled. Democracy is widely practiced in socialist society in management of the economy, in the distribution of material wealth, and in the organization of the work of work collectives of industrial and agricultural enterprises, cooperatives, and research and design institutions. Each member of a work collective who has the requisite knowledge and experience, who enjoys the respect of his comrades, and who has the appropriate personal inclinations. 5. Can be elected to management posts. In capitalist society, the management of enterprises, concerns, and transnational companies is not elected by the people who work in them, but are appointed by the owners and shareholders. In socialist society, on the contrary, democracy is full, discrimination by race, nationality, property, religious belief, education, or sex does not exist in it. The French philosopher Helvetius noted, back in the 18th century, that a person was educated from the very beginning of his/her life, not so much by words, the comments of teachers, and the sermons of parents, as by reality itself, the conditions of life, and the social setup in which he/she lived and the activity in which he/she engaged. One must not think that people are deprived of passions, affection, antipathy, strong character. On the contrary, they possess them in full measure. Broad openness and publicity in the discussion of all the problems interesting any citizen, interest in the fate of one's work collective, and active involvement in decision-making at all levels of the economic and state system make it possible for all these features of the individual to be displayed to the full. When realizing himself/herself, each individual must, in the conditions of socialist democracy, give full consideration to the interests, personal aims, and peculiarities of other people. Under socialism, unprecedented opportunities are thus opened up both for the inculcation of a feeling of collectivism and for the molding of distinct, individual features, and disclosure of everybody's capabilities. For the first time in history, the aims and interests of society as a whole fully coincide with those of the person. 606 Acceleration of socio-economic progress. Reorganization and the human factor. Socio-economic and spiritual progress is an integral feature of society. But in various periods, and in different socio-economic formations it occurs unevenly, at different rates, frequently being interrupted by broad spells of stagnation and even regress. Stagnant periods are also possible in the development of socialist society. In the Soviet Union, despite rapid rates of socio-economic development over several decades after the Socialist Revolution of 1917, the rejection of economic methods of management, excessive centralization, rejection of the principles of socialist democracy, and authoritarian methods. 350. Led to a strengthening of stagnant tendencies. All that made it necessary in the mid-1980s to recognize the need to reorganize the economy and social and political life in a radical way. This reorganization is affecting all spheres of public affairs, all social institutions and political organizations. It is calling for an end to be put to bureaucracy, corruption, breach of the rule of law and of human rights, and to subjectivism in political leadership. Perestroika is also affecting the Communist Party, which is taking the road of inner democratization and pursuit of real political activity in full accordance with the theoretical principles and ideology of renewal. Realization of this perestroika, which includes greater economic independence for the work collectives at enterprises, extension of cooperatives and of self-employment, should provide the preconditions for an acceleration of scientific, technical, and social advance, and for a stepping up of all forms of social, economic, and intellectual and cultural activity. The orientation on furthering socio-economic development is also associated with a philosophical rethinking of the role of the human factor. It would be wrong to understand the human factor in a simplified way, as the sum total of causes activating people's production and social activity. People not only work, not only take part in political life and affairs, but create families, rest and relax, read, watch TV, communicate with friends, concern themselves with various kinds of non-productive affairs at their leisure, bring up children, amuse themselves, dream, and so on. Deprived of ordinary everyday joys and cares, worn out by bureaucratic measures, exhausted by various technical strains, and in a state of stress, they cannot be complete, whole citizens, family people, creators of their own destinies, and sound members of a collective. If suitable conditions for a normal human life are not created, the human factor may be converted from a mechanism of progress into a brake on it, weakening people's activity, and lowering their social, production, political, and personal tone. The importance of a philosophical comprehension of the role of the human factor in the development of society lies in understanding its contradictory nature and in the need for conscious stimulation of its positive aspects, thus reducing to the minimum its negative aspects that arise when real human interests and needs are not taken into account. At the same 5. time there are differences and often contradictory tendencies in social reality. Therefore, even in a society that has taken the road to socialism, there is room for a certain property inequality, differences in the life of various strata of the population, and of ethnic and vocational and occupational groups. There are also differences in the intellectual and moral situation that do not always coincide with the ideals and principles of justice, humanism, and democracy. Crime, corruption, bureaucracy, individual displays of lawlessness, social passivity, etc., are possible. The striving to activize the human factor means, above all, a desire to inculcate in people's consciousness an awareness that all these negative phenomena cannot be rooted out just by compulsion and state control, by action from above. A real transformation of life, and a radical restructuring of it, are only possible through the constant efforts and strivings of each and every one. 607. The Road to a New Civilization. The acceleration of socio-economic advance, as an objective law of developing socialism, opens up new prospects for perfecting of human civilization. What is civilization? We often speak of civilized society, civilized people, civilized behavior, etc. The concept civilization is one of the very important categories of historical materialism that characterize the essential features, structural peculiarities, and tendencies in the development of society. What are these features, peculiarities, and tendencies? The category socio-economic formation characterizes society from the angle of the factors determining its development. It indicates that the structure of society, its qualitative wholeness, and the objective laws of its historical development, and also the sequence and succession of social structures, depend on the mode of production of material goods. But historical materialism never reduced all the forms and types of social activity, and the content of spiritual culture, just to material production. The more developed a society is, and the higher the level of development of its formation, the greater is the significance and meaning acquired in its life by art, morality, science, philosophy, and law, and the more complex the forms of social behavior and conduct become, and the richer the forms of relations and communication between people. All these aspects of social life, which embrace both the 352 material and the spiritual elements of society regarded as a social organism and as a special dynamic system, are reflected in the concept of civilization. This concept appeared originally in the philosophical literature of the 18th century. The French enlighteners, and later bourgeois thinkers in the United Kingdom, Germany, and Russia, employed the concept to describe the life and culture of developed, relatively highly cultured societies in which there was a certain state and legal order. They counterposed civilized society to uncivilized, barbaric, savage, primitive society. Various conceptions of civilization therefore often came to be employed to justify the special civilizing mission of developed capitalist countries. In relation to backward countries and peoples, and emerged in essence as a justification of capitalist states' policy of colonial conquest. The fact that countries and nations that had lagged behind in their development often had their own ancient, indigent, interesting culture and civilization was simply not taken into account, and that led to the destruction of many valuable memorials of culture, causing unjustified damage to national cultural traditions. Oswald Spengler, the reactionary German philosopher and historian of culture, regarded civilization as the final, critical stage in the development of any closed historical culture. From his standpoint, this stage was characterized by the development of technology, huge concentrations of people in big cities, decline of morality and law and order, a loss of interest in cultural values, degradation of the arts, and so on. The English historian Arnold Toynbee understood civilization only as a means for distinguishing, recording, and studying the aspects of each established original culture. The concept civilization obviously played and plays a marked role in analyzing complex social phenomena, but a truly scientific understanding of this category has only been given by Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Civilization is a certain stage in the development of social life characterized by a special division of labor, by social processes built on that basis, and by various forms of the interaction of people. In present-day socialist society, in which there are only friendly classes and social groups, civilization is characterized by the degree of development of culture and social relations, and by the level of development. 5. Of social production activity, in their organic dialectical interaction. The new civilization presupposes a society with highly developed spiritual and material culture in which standards and rules of communist morality prevail, a society whose moral principle, i.e., the principle of behavior and activity, is mutual aid, mutual benevolence, a creative attitude to the individual, conscious observance of law and order, and a high level of labor, production, and executive discipline. The new civilization does not arise immediately in ready-made form. It takes shape in the process of overcoming the survivals of capitalism in consciousness and daily life, the standards of behavior and activity incompatible with socialist culture, socialist morality, and the principles of social organization. A characteristic feature of the new, communist civilization is a striving to overcome the cultural and economic backwardness of separate peoples and nations, and to provide equal conditions for the development of all countries and nations that have taken to road to socialism. The new, socialist civilization is incompatible with the civilizing mission that capitalist ideologists considered the privilege of only a few, highly developed capitalist countries. This also makes the new, socialist civilization attractive in the eyes of millions of people and the struggle to preserve and develop it the goal of their social and personal activity. The further perfecting and development of the new civilization calls for clear, scientific understanding of its perspectives, its immediate and long-term goals. 608 The struggle for peace and the destiny of humankind. One of the most important and most acute problems of today, associated with the very possibility and perspective of the existence of man, is the struggle to prevent nuclear war, to consolidate and maintain peace. Wars have existed as a certain form of violence and compulsion since remote antiquity. With the rise of classes and states, war became a special form of political compulsion. War is a continuation of politics by other means. War is a continuation of the politics of some class or other. In each class society, slavery, feudal, capitalist, there have been wars that continued the policy of the oppressor classes, and there have also been wars that continued the policy of the oppressed classes. There are thus just and unjust wars, defensive and predatory wars waged in the interests of the ruling classes, and revolutionary liberation wars waged in the 354 interests of the working people. Most wars that started in exploited societies were unjust, predatory, wars of conquest. They were profitable to the ruling class and caused immense suffering to the toilers. In slave-owning society, wars were a main source of slaves. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, said that war was the father and lord of all, making some slaves and others freemen. Although Christianity condemned war in words, the whole Christian Middle Ages were a time of continuous predatory wars, crusades, internecine feudal wars, etc. In the age of capitalism, wars became particularly fierce and bloody. The inhumanity of capitalist society, the main aim of which is to make profit and increase private property at any price, was displayed particularly clearly in the many wars and campaigns to seize colonies and conquer other nations. Gain, enrichment, consolidation of the power of the ruling classes were the main content of unjust wars. But, during social revolutions and during national uprisings, just wars arose. Since wars are associated with the death of people, and the destruction of material and spiritual values, avoidance of them has always been one of the most important ideological and philosophical problems. In the depths of antiquity, but especially in modern times, many leading thinkers, for instance the humanists of the Renaissance and the thinkers of the French Enlightenment, Kant and others, sharply condemned wars, put forward schemes for lasting peace, and called for expenditure on the peaceful development of society rather than on armaments. But all these good intentions were abstract and did not take into account the fact that a society based on private property, with its inherent, profound antagonistic contradictions, necessarily gives rise to wars. The question of stopping wars became most acute in the age of imperialism, when the development of technology made them particularly bloody and destructive. The First and Second World Wars, unleashed by aggressive imperialist states, claimed tens of millions of human lives, and led to the destruction of hundreds of towns and thousands of villages, and of productive forces, and the loss of many cultural valuables. Aggressive wars of conquest are rooted in the very nature of imperialism. At the same time, the crisis of world capitalism and the transition to a new 5. Socialist society, and the breakup of the colonial system, gave rise to a number of just, national liberation, and civil wars. Examples of these wars are the Civil War in Russia, the National Liberation War of the Vietnamese people, and the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet people. While recognizing that wars have objective economic and social causes in class society, even with the sharpening of the social contradictions that are tearing mankind apart today, Marxists believe there is no fatal inevitability of world war. The dialectic of freedom and necessity shows that the human race is capable of understanding objective patterns correctly, and by relying on them is capable of taking and carrying out proper decisions. That conviction is based on the persistent, stubborn, systematic struggle of communist and workers' parties, socialist countries, and all the progressive forces of humanity to prevent a nuclear war. All wars lead to the death of people. In some cases these sacrifices are completely unjustified, in others they are accepted in the name of freedom, independence, and the happiness of the majority of the members of society. But in a nuclear war there will be no justified or unjustified victims. If unleashed, it will annihilate everything living on Earth, man himself included. The prevention of nuclear catastrophe has thus become a matter on whose decision the destiny of the human race, the existence of society, and the possibility of further historical progress depend. It has therefore acquired paramount ideological, philosophical significance. With the rise of socialist society, of the socialist community, there is the possibility of preventing world war for the first time in history. Where does this possibility come from? The point is that the principle of peaceableness is inherent in socialist society and in the very nature of socialism. A society in which there are no antagonistic classes and private property has no interest in waging wars. If it is forced to fight defensive, just wars, it is only in response to the aggressive actions of imperialist states. Socialism, in its very essence, is interested in peace as the main condition for rapid development of material production and spiritual culture in the interests of all society. Furthermore, the world socialist community is not only interested in maintaining 356 peace, but also has enough economic, political, and military might to oppose world imperialism's aggressive intentions. This power and might is an important guarantee for the maintenance and strengthening of peace. Resolutions and statements of the Communist Party of the USSR proclaim very important theses about the struggle for peace, prevention of nuclear war, peaceful uses of outer space, and peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems. The Communist Party and the Soviet government uphold a broad, constructive program of measures to stop the arms race, effect disarmament, and maintain international peace and security. In today's world faced with the global nuclear danger, a clear awareness that all group interests should be pushed into the background and the interests of maintaining peace, and consequently of saving mankind, should be brought to the fore, is of the greatest philosophical importance. The forces struggling for peace therefore reflect very profound general interests of all humankind. 609 Predicting the future. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is above all a philosophy of action. It was not without reason that Marx and Lenin, when speaking of its main task, stressed that dialectical materialism, unlike all preceding philosophical systems, did not limit itself to explanation of the world but indicated the road to transforming it, and substantiated the need for such change. In order to act, one must know how to plan activity, and in order to plan it, one must know how to foresee and imagine the future. That is why people, as rational, purposively acting creatures, have always tried to dispel the fog that veils the future, and get a glimpse of it. Life, however, seldom conforms even to the boldest predictions and forecasts. Why? A very fashionable trend in modern social thought in the West is futurology. Western futurologists, basing themselves on various, allegedly scientific methods, try to paint various pictures of the remote and immediate future of mankind. One of these pictures represents humanity in the 21st century as a gigantic concentration of colossal industrial centers. Thousands of factories, fully equipped with robots, make the work of the average person superfluous, billions of people will become superfluous inhabitants of Earth, and men of genius will be called on to govern mankind. A special 5. Organization of power will arise, geniocracy. The billion-strong army of dispirited, dull, faceless people will be doomed to extinction, and a gigantic entertainment industry will be needed in order to occupy their leisure. Lacking interest in life and will to straggle and act, people will be only a burden to the ruling elite. There will be no prospect for such humans other than gradual extinction. Another picture of the future is painted as an allegedly opposite process. The gigantic towns will begin to be deserted, people will strive to get back to nature and to hamlets. Employing modern techniques, including microcomputers, they will set up small and medium-sized enterprises. A host of independent, isolated, competing enterprises and communities will arise. People will endeavor, on a new industrial base, to revive the golden age of the medieval guilds, producing a modem product. Only in conditions like that, the authors of such scenarios of the future claim, will it be possible to preserve even the slightest individuality and human personality. Otherwise all people will become completely depersonalized, converted into one-dimensional creatures and simple appendages of immense industrial enterprises and transnational corporations. The breakup of society into separate communities is the price for preserving even a shabby, squalid, wretched, mediocre personality. An even gloomier picture is painted by the authors of scenarios that assume the inevitability of atomic catastrophe and extinction of the human race through its destructive consequences. Sick and disfigured people will either be unable to control modern technique and provide themselves with food and shelter, or will be converted into the slaves of immortal, undying robots. Without going into the details of these scenarios, let us note their main feature, viz., that they all start from the idea of the eternity of capitalism. And the gloomy foreboding of its inevitable death is converted into just as gloomy and pessimistic a forecast. Capitalist futurologists are ready to assume the extinction of mankind, triumph of a realm of robots, and the domination of fantastic, extraterrestrial civilizations, etc., anything except victory of socialism. The idea of the triumph of socialist society, and of a new, just social order, did not arise yesterday. Long before the works of Marx and Engels appeared, there was utopian. 358. Socialism. The most talented of its spokesmen painted bright pictures of a socialist future, filling them with the most amazing details. They described the dress and life of the inhabitants of this society in detail, created detailed schemes and plans of their houses, of the routine of their days, and of the constitutions and laws of the future socialist communities, and determined in advance how marriages would be concluded and children brought up. The spokesmen of this imaginary utopian socialism were convinced that it would come about through the enlightening, educational activity of outstanding thinkers rather than through revolutionary mass straggle of the working people. There is no need to say that their dreams never came true, because true socialism and communism could only be built by persistent, bitter straggle by the broadest masses of the people led by progressive parties relying on the theory of scientific socialism rather than on utopian socialism. The theoretical and methodological foundation of the theory of scientific socialism is the philosophy of dialectical materialism. By disclosing the most general laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking, and showing that it is social being that determines consciousness, and that revolutionary change as a great historical leap from the realm of necessity to that of freedom, must be begun with transformation of social being itself, dialectical materialism substantiates the objective necessity of transition to the communist formation. Having established the historical inevitability of communism, Marxist philosophy does not propose any utopian pictures of the future, does not impose any details onto the future based on present-day notions and achievements. In addition, the philosophy of Marxism, which generalizes the experience of historical development and of the international working class movement, outlines with scientific reliability the main stages of the transition from capitalism to socialism and from the first phase of communism, i.e., socialist society, to its second and higher 5. stage, i.e., full communism. This transition may be realized in different forms allowing for the specific features of each country, the balance of class forces, the international situation, and the time when the revolutionary process begins. But, however varied its different forms, the content of this process is one and the same. It includes stages of the building of socialist society, and of its all-round improvement, and of the transition to communism. As experience of building communism is accumulated, scientific notions about the highest phase of the new society will be enriched and concretized. Any attempts to run ahead, to introduce communist principles without allowance for the level of society's material and spiritual maturity are doomed to failure, as experience has shown, and may cause losses of both an economic and a political character. How and when each nation and each country will take the road to socialist and communist reforms, and in what order they will do it, can only be answered by history. Marxist philosophy indicates only that these reforms and transformations are inevitable. Therefore, while not predicting the details of the future, it substantiates the historical inevitability of the coming of communist society, the road to which will not be simple and not be easy but is in the order of things. And that is what determines the contribution of Marxist philosophy to the shaping of a scientific world outlook, and makes it the most important instrument for inculcating communist consciousness. Thus, when the philosophy of Marxism speaks of the future and draws aside the curtain covering it, it does not paint in fantastic details but points out the main laws, patterns, and stages of the road that must lead to communism. A last chat with the reader. What can one say about present-day philosophy? How can one answer whether it is needed? What good can one extract from knowledge of its main problems, methods, and content? It is said that over the gate to the Temple of Delphi, where Pythia the Delphic oracle forecast the future, there was an inscription: "Man, know thyself." The long history of human thought and the history of mankind indicate that this is by no means a simple task. People have built and destroyed cities and whole states. They have covered infertile lands with orchards and gardens and converted beautiful pastures and vast forests into deserts. People have created wonderful works of art and great literary masterpieces, but they have also destroyed magnificent memorials of architecture, burned libraries, persecuted and sometimes even killed great philosophers, astronomers, scientists, artists, poets, and politicians. People have fought and become reconciled, done evil and good, struggled for justice and denied the very possibility of it. They have given the world heroes but have also given it terrible criminals. So what is man? How are we to know him? Is such knowledge possible? And what is its value? The external world that science studies is complex and beautiful. We now know how atoms and elementary particles are constructed. Much is known about the universe, whose diameter is roughly 25 billion light-years. Man has flown out into outer space and has built computers that perform dozens of gigaflops a second, and are capable of solving problems that not so long ago could only be solved by man, and even problems that cannot be tackled without computers. But all man's actions and all his deeds are very contradictory, very heterogeneous and diverse, and often negate one another. It is quite difficult to know man and human society, and it 5. Is even more difficult to predict the future of the human race. Knowledge of the external world acquires sense and meaning provided that we can say why this knowledge is necessary and what it yields to mankind. None of the specialized sciences gives an answer to that, and none can. At the same time, we know that man gets knowledge of the world in order to satisfy his needs. The world consequently cannot be known without knowing what these needs are and what is the sense of human being. Man, however, on the contrary, cannot be known without knowing the world, because human beings are a particle of it, the crowning glory and consummation of its long, complex development. So, it turns out, the two tasks of knowing the world separated from man, and of man counterposed to the world and separated from it, are quite incompatible when taken separately. Only an overcoming of the external oppositions of these tasks and bringing out of their deep inner unity lets us come to a correct answer. Only by finding a true method for discussing the problem of man's place in the world and of the essence of the relations between man and external reality, can we know what the sense of human being is, and what is man's purpose. Dialectical materialism provides this method. It shows that man travels a hard road of mistakes and discoveries, tireless struggle and agonizing search for truth toward his cherished goals: freedom, justice, unlimited creativity, and harmonious flourishing of his capacities. All world religions teach that the greatest creative act, the creation of the world, is the work of God. Man, having discovered and realized his creative possibilities, can far exceed the imaginary creator of the world religions. He can establish justice, and a rational and humane social order in which there will be no humiliated and scorned, no exploited and rightless, no persecuted and persecutors, no obedient subjects and despotic conquerors. Such a society, instead of dominating nature, could live with it in full harmony, and everyone could enjoy her gifts without detriment to others. It is to such a social ideal, a society in which everything is created by man for man himself, that the best thinkers of the past aspired. But what prevented their dreams from being fulfilled? Almost all the unsuccessful reformers and benefiteers of mankind considered the cause of that to be people's bigotry, conservatism, and ignorance, and their tendency to evil. But however much they unmasked these shortcomings, 364. And however fiery their appeals to the best sides of human character, the state of things did not alter for centuries, and justice and freedom remained unattainable. Pythia's call to man to know himself, or in other words to know the essence of society, remained impracticable. Only with the rise of revolutionary Marxist-Leninist philosophy was it first shown and confirmed by science that the essence of the matter comes to a transformation of society and of its socio-economic structure. The adherents of the Marxist world outlook, having developed a materialist conception of history and created a revolutionary political organization capable of leading the struggle of society's progressive forces for its social transformation, have shown that to know man means to regard him as the concentrated expression and manifestation of historically determined social relations. Man's consciousness has a social character. In order to remake social consciousness, it is necessary to transform social being in a revolutionary way. In order to replace base passions, thirst for power, selfishness, destructive will, and other negative aspects of human behavior by humane creativity, passion for knowledge, humanism, and lofty morality, it is first and foremost necessary to alter social reality and social relations and create truly human conditions for man. It is not an easy matter to attain these ends. No few difficulties have been met, are being met, and will be encountered on the way to them, and many mistakes have been and will be made, because mankind still does not have experience of social transformations on such a scale and of such an extent. But in order to foresee the possible objective difficulties to the maximum, and to minimize possible mistakes and miscalculations, the progressive forces of society need to be guided in their activity by a scientific, progressive outlook on the world on the basis of which new thinking must be based and perfected. That is precisely why it is necessary to study the fundamentals of Marxist philosophy that has accumulated in itself the achievements of modern science, and historical experience and practice of building socialism. Only by means of this philosophy can we know the essence of human being and the historical perspectives and aims of society.